Hello, sir.
Hello there.
We are already live into the pre-show. I'm sharing. I'm making my last dash out of the studio, and I will return about 60 seconds.
Well, I would have joined a little earlier, but I was tied up for a bit. How are things in the Saucon Valley?
Good evening, sir.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
I can barely hear you.
Well, nothing's different on this end. I certainly hope not. I'm in the middle of what has become one of my pre-show rituals.
Oh,
which is
what's that?
Chewing Tums.
So I asked before, how are things in the Saucon Valley?
We still have a fascist township council. So proud to say. Could be worse, I suppose.
I think I friend, and I think it's going to get worse.
Alrighty, let's do.
Do you have a guest lined up for tonight?
I do. So we got about 5 minutes. It should be, they're actually active. There's a couple that should be in around 6, if not sooner. So you get to listen to me blabber for the first hour. 60 seconds. $100 shares. Okay, let's get to work. I think. Where'd you go? There you go. Here we Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom studio here in the Saucon Valley in the township formerly known as Lower Saucon. Now it's Bethlehem Landfill Township, following the Bethlehem Landfill's purchase of our township council going back to election day in 2021. So it's kind of a cool thing. It's like living in a stadium where a corporation bought the naming rights. It's really not that cool, but it is essentially the same thing. A big corporation came in and bought our township council. So I figure if they own it, we might as well call the township by the name of its owners, which would be Bethlehem Landfill. That said, in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in these United States, on this planet Earth, the only one, we have third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect, back with you live on the 10th of July, 2022. So much to talk about in this program. I would not be surprised at all if we were to take you the entire 4 hours this evening. The time frame that we were allowed to be on Hot 101, at least, is 4 hours, because Sergeant Thomas Mack, of course, comes up after us, and we don't run into his airtime. That's rude. I can be rude, but I try not to be rude. and we don't want to take his airtime, but there's so much to talk about. I would not be surprised if we did not take you for the duration of the program. Our guests, Kristin, will be up here in the studio in a few moments. And as usual, she's a hell of a lot prettier than me. Much better to look at. Voice for radio right here, kids. Voice for radio. This Facebook thing is risky. I could lose people this way. But so much to talk about. She'll be up in a few minutes, and then our guests are another couple who, in addition to having a long, sustaining, happy marriage, wonderful family, wonderful home, work in these deep areas of policy issues, politics, government, budgeting, etc., etc., and that's Jenna Henry and Nick Pressley, and they should be with us probably into in our second hour. They are squeezing in a family dinner, and I cannot in any way, shape, or form argue with that. Got to keep the kids fed, keep everybody happy, but they should be with us in our second hour. Let me get through some business. We are thrilled to be back with you. Our kind of choppy schedule for 2022 continues. It occurred to me while we were off for the 4th of July holiday weekend that I do not believe, as I go through my memory, that we have done 3 consecutive shows with you in 2022. And here we are halfway through the 7th month of 2022. And think about that, by the way. We are halfway through the 7th month of the year. 2022 has been a blink of an eye, but that's a different topic. But I don't think that we've done 3 consecutive programs with you live so far in this calendar year. That should be changing. We expect, barring anything unforeseen, and the way my health is, anything could happen pretty much any time. But we expect to be live with you every single Sunday, right up to Labor Day. That means that we should be here the rest of July, all of August, right up to Labor Day. And then after Labor Day, we expect to be with you straight to Halloween, and then after Halloween to Thanksgiving. And it might sound like it's a long time away, but again, who would have thought that in just the blink of an eye we would be more than halfway through 2022? I find that 2022 has been it's just disappeared. It's really, and sometimes for good reason. Sometimes you want to get some things behind you, but the good times go fast too, and that's not always fun. To the 100 places that we have shared this program across the Facebook universe, to all 100 places, people, groups, pages, private pages, public pages, wherever. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you some more. We could not be here if you are not there. We think of ourselves and like to think of ourselves as a deeply informational, informative, but yet adult space, if you will. Not that there aren't kids that listen, because I know that there are. Adult meaning we're not yelling, kicking, screaming, foaming at the mouth, calling people names, throwing ketchup against the wall. Anybody catch that one? We're not doing any of that. And as useful as I believe it to be, as useful as so many of you have told me that you believe it to be, we simply could not be here if you were not there watching and listening. So wherever you might be, across the 100 different places, 100 different places we have shared this program across the Facebook universe, thank you, and thank you some more. Now, you can stay right where you are in any of the groups that we have shared, and there's some new groups actually in there for this program, including the Area 6, Northampton County Area 6 Democrats, the Moore Township Democrats, the Lehigh College Progressive Democratic group. There are some Roe v. Wade concerning groups that we have joined. There are new groups to our program, in addition to the ones that we share too consistently, like the Lehigh Valley Progressive Network, Pennsylvania Democratic Politics, Term PA Blue, the DC metro area Democratic Socialists, the Las Vegas Healthcare for All group, the New Deal Democrats, the AOC Progressives, the Progressive Party, all of you. And I haven't even named them all. I haven't even scratched the surface. I would have to read through the list to get everybody. But to every group that allows us, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, you can stay there and continue to watch the program if you wish. You can always watch it in these groups on the recording if you missed any of it. However, if you would like to talk to me, if you want to converse with me, if you want to interact with me live in real time, I need you to come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. That's what we're called, That Other Side of Information. And to be to let you know something, the group, I believe we're only 4 members shy of hitting the 1100 mark. And you know, just to put that in perspective, that sounds really awesome. And believe me, I'm thrilled with it. The AOC Progressive group, I think, is over 20,000. It might even be more than that. It might be 50. I think it might be 50,000. I'll try to sneak a look at that after Kristin comes up. The New Deal Democrats group, I know, is in the tens of thousands. So 1,100 might sound pretty good, and 1,100 is certainly better than 0. But we share to some pretty huge groups, and we are so grateful to it. Because, again, if you guys didn't let us do stuff like this, I can talk into this microphone all I want. If it's a tree, you know, it's the proverbial tree falling in the forest. If the tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, did it make a sound? So that's what we're doing here. So there's that. So whatever group that you're watching in, please feel free to stay right there. If that's your home group, then hey, stay right there. If you want to talk to me, interact with me, send comments, send questions, that other side of information is our home group. And feel free to join our group and become part of it. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, over 110,000 listeners around the globe. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you, and you know, I'm very humbled. Let me just say some stuff, some very honest stuff right now. And forgive me for sniffling. My allergies are off the charts. I don't know why. July, I'm usually done with allergies by July, but my allergies are absolutely off the charts. So I will try not to sniffle too much, especially straight into the microphone like I just did, which was really bad. Shouldn't be doing that. That said, to our friends at Hot 101, let me just say something honestly to you. It's something that April has said to you before. It's something that Lex, when he visited our program, has said to you before. The overwhelming preponderance of folks that listen to Hot 101 are our sisters, and our black and brown sisters and brothers. And so to have this extremely pale face as part of your family at hot101.net, we are so humbled and so privileged, really humbled and privileged. And I'm just proud to be a part of it. I'm thrilled every single week when I click on the software and the software works. I'm so thrilled to be part of this family, and it means a very lot to me. It truly does. It means a lot to me. So if you don't know how to listen to Hot 101, first off, if you're not listening to hot101.net, why aren't you? You need to start doing that immediately. And if you don't know how, it's very simple. Our name is our website. It's hot101.net. That's where you can find us on the main website page. There are apps for hot101.net. Very simple. Apple App Store for Apple devices, the Google Play Store for Android devices. If you have any other type of device that you can stream with, like an LG phone or I imagine Google Pixel probably uses Google Play Store, but you know what I'm saying. A Kindle, a Fire, something like that. You can go to the TuneIn radio app, go to the search bar, type in hot101.net, and you can find us there. You can also tell Alexa to play hot101.net. One of these days, I'm going to trigger somebody's Alexa, and I'm going to be so very happy because it's a very immature and childish little thing, and I'm very proud of it, and I will do it someday. So please join the Hot101.net family. To our listeners all around the globe, thanks for tuning in again with us, and we are very, very happy to be back with you live. Also, TCP, the Culture Professional from Lancaster. If you missed it, not this past Wednesday, but the Wednesday before. If I had any idea what the heck date that was, I would tell you. I want to say it was July. I should look. I was on the morning show. I enjoyed it a great deal. Hope to go back. Hope you enjoyed it as well. Same thing with TCP. We will appear on their Roku channel. We are on their internet outlet, WTCP. If you don't know how to find them, they have a very, very large Facebook presence as well. Find them. Enjoy them. They do a morning show in just a very different flavor, and it is enjoyable. It's passionate. It's informative, and I think you should check it out. They are my friends, my friend, and my family as well, and I was very proud to go visit them. I hope we'll get the opportunity to do it again. Very easy drive, very pretty drive actually. The city of Lancaster is lovely and wonderful. I'd like to learn more about it, and I was very happy to sit in with them. So I hope you will check them out as well. We're smart folks. We can handle checking out a lot of different things at a time. And if you have a normal morning routine and you don't know that you can make TCP part of it, well, please, you should. Just do it for a day. You're going to love it. You'll keep watching. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. The phone lines, I think we're going to have to do the very fun, he said with a giggle, holding up the phone to the mic again. The software, I simply do not know if it is working. I have, again, rebooted it, updated it, tried to test it, but do not know if it actually works or not. So we might be doing the phone up to the microphone again, but that's all right. We shall persevere. We always do. So please feel free to give us a ring, and I will tell you why I say that now. Our guests will be joining us probably in the second hour. I will fix that in just a second. I'm fixing things as we go here. Oh, wait a minute. I goofed. Oh, I goofed. Did I? Okay. I'm fixing things as I go. So we'll have them in the second hour, but before, which means you get to listen to me prattle on for most of the first hour. There has been so much going on in Pennsylvania in the weeks that we were not with you. I almost don't even know where to start. And none of it good. And none of it productive. There's been national events, obviously, that have been happening as well. The fallout from the Republican Supreme Court deciding to rewrite the basics, some of the basics, really, of our day-to-day lives here in the United States. You have what has turned into quite a pissing contest over the Pennsylvania state budget. You have Republicans in the state legislature who have now decided to quite literally weaponize our Commonwealth Constitution for their own good. I should think, in my humble opinion, predominantly they're doing it because they don't know they can actually pass any legislation, so do it in some backward, sneaky sort of way, because it can't just go through the regular legislative process the way the Constitution was actually set up. So let's just play with it, tear the edges, fold it in the wrong places, take words out that don't mean it, take words out that, make things seem like a completely different meaning. There's just been so much to go over.
And adding to the absurdity, I just realized that, I think I realized now why our Vote t-shirts were so affordable, because Vote is backwards.
No, it is only to you. It's not.
It is.
Yep. It only looks that way to you, back to you. It doesn't appear that way when it goes out. You are right side up.
Okay. Okay. And it's just making
It's just
sure.
a weird back. I know. No, it's a weird camera thing. Honestly, folks, if you were
They
here,
had this whole plan, you know, it was a really bad week. I had this whole call to action visual ready to go, and I'm looking in the camera and I'm like, yeah.
rage. Really, it was a bit of a rage. You were kind of going to go into throw stuff, froth at the mouth, stomp.
Well,
kick,
that's my general reaction to Carrie Bettinghoff, but
as it should be most people's. No, that is like a mirroring kind of optical illusion-y kind of thing. So when you look back at yourself, it all looks backward.
Well, now I'm feeling better.
What's really cool, folks, is if you think about the kind of mirroring optical illusion type kind of thing, Kristin's actually sitting upside down in the seat. It's actually her head's actually down on the floor, and her feet sticking up in the air. But because you get the mirroring effect, it looks like she's sitting upright.
I like to do this show, kind of like dark shadows hanging from the ceiling, vampire style.
If I could do it, I would. That would draw a few eyes. That would draw, for not for any good reason, but it would probably work. But we're just glad to be back with you. We're glad that you are back with us. So let us see if we can't get into it a bit. And I will, you know what? I will put the phone lines up on the phone. I'll put the phone line up on the phone. I don't know where my head is today. I guess I've been away for so long I've forgotten how to do my own program. But I will put the phone line on the screen. We will open up the phone line for the first remainder of the first hour until our guests are able to get here with us. And again, can't complain. They got a family, got to take care of the kids, got to feed everybody, and they're gracious enough to join us for the rest of the evening. So we will certainly never look a gift horse. We're thrilled that they're here, but you got to take care of everybody and feed everybody first. So I will put the phone line up. But where would you, young lady?
It'll be exciting though, because Jenna Henry has just started a new position, so it'll be very exciting to talk about that and the work that her organization is doing to support the rights of people who are incarcerated or formerly incarcerated. And I can't wait to hear what New Pressley has to say about the budget. Judging by what was on TV Friday night, I'm sure that the more behind the scenes stuff was even more fascinating.
Well, let's start there. Why don't we try to start there? It's a dangerous thing, can be a scary thing, to try to put yourself into the brains or interpret the actions of the former political party opposite us. And if all of this politics stuff, quote unquote stuff, is too heavy for you, or you think it can get way too down into the weeds, it gets heavy. It can get a little thick. It can be a bit too much to take in. Let us look at what the Republicans in the Pennsylvania legislature did this past week. And let's take it just at face value and do a tad bit of interpretation. And let me use a very, very poor analogy. It's the one I have in my head. It is not a clean analogy, but the person who steals from the jewelry store kind of knows they're doing something wrong. That's why they try to do it in the dead of night. Or, disable the security cameras so they can't be caught. It's why they might hold on to the thing that they've stolen for a while so as to not get caught straight away. And so you obfuscate, you hide, you do it in secrecy, you try to do it under the cloak of darkness. You, if you're robbing from a jewelry store and you happen to get arrested by the police, you deflect, you lie, you make up stories to cover your butt, right? So that you don't get caught. It's exactly the kind of thing that we witnessed this last week by the majority in the Pennsylvania legislature. They no longer believe that they can use or make use of or follow the regular legislating process. They waived, I gotta be fair, I never even knew this. The legislature apparently has a rule that they can't take a vote after midnight. They waived that rule about, 10 minutes before they did it? Waived a rule 10 minutes before they wanted to take a vote. And they did it in the dead of night because they didn't think you were watching. And sadly, not enough of you were.
But this is also part
They don't think that they can pass legislation the normal way, so they're going to alter the Commonwealth Constitution.
But this wasn't new. This was just the latest iteration of what they
Well-
do every session. Every day they come into session, they take a vote on the rules at the beginning of session, and they vote to give the majority leadership and minority leadership complete control over what comes to the floor.
My point being, you don't lie, cheat, steal, obfuscate, deflect, change the rules to do something once, then change them back, if you think what you're doing is right. Now, there are probably some Republican legislators, he tried to say, who probably believe somewhere in their beings that what they are doing is the right thing to do. There's another group who knows that it's all crap. Scientific term there, look it up. They know that it's all crap. They know it's not part of the regular legislating process. They know it's not. Some of them even know it's not good policy. But it will make an ever increasingly smaller, I know that sounds a little contradictory, an ever shrinking percentage of the electorate very, very happy. And it makes billionaires happy. It doesn't make the majority happy, but it makes these smaller constituencies happy. And to me, and you can all disagree, that's part of what we do here is talk to each other. And part of why they're doing it, well, let me back up. They're doing it, part of what they're doing, they are doing because they no longer care what you think. They simply don't care what you think. This is about power and money. Getting more and more money to the people who pay them, not you and I, the real people who pay them, the ones that stuff their pockets. And there's not enough Republicans that agree any longer with some of these policies to keep them in power. I believe Kristin is 100% right. They've done this dodgy kind of crap before. But this one felt different to me. The volume of crap that they are trying to shove through, the seriousness of it, the fact that they had to, they changed a rule on voting about 10 minutes before they were going to vote, turning off the microphones of Democratic representatives, which is also, again, not new, but becoming more and more frequent. There is nothing small d Democratic left about the majority of the Pennsylvania legislature. I think there's actually a number of them, especially the $5,000 suit crowd. I don't think they give a flying you-know-what whether a woman has an abortion or not. But it does animate voters. Because they know they can't get legislation through to say no more abortion in PA, because the governor has a conscience, we'll just alter the Constitution. All the ways that they want to alter the Constitution to give them all the power to decide who wins and loses elections. Imagine if Democrats took the majority of either chamber of the legislature. How fast do you think those Republicans would turn tail and try and strip the very power that they want to give themselves? They know nothing about this is right, so they try to do it in the dead of night. And then when confronted, turn off the microphone, kick them out of the chamber, lie to people about it. They know nothing that they want is real, or true, or correct, or good for anyone, other than a very, very small slice of people. And that's what we saw this week. Kristen's right. Well, listen, kids. We live here together. She's always right. Let's just be plain about that. She's always right because we live here together. But that said, she is right. She's 100% correct. They have done this before. But the fever with which this was done this week, the urgency with which they did it this week was the word I was really looking for. Urgency. To me, there was a new sense of panic surrounding it, a new sense of fervor, a new sense of, we really got to do this before we lose. I think you can interpret the actions of the Republican majority in the legislature this week as desperate. We need to shove this through in case we lose here, in case we continue to have a Democratic governor, or even, God forbid, Democrats actually take the chambers of the legislature, or one, or both. And that's my humble interpretation of what happened this week. We can get into the details of what they actually did, of what the actual actions were that were taking place. But just the feeling of the activity around it, to me, was one of desperation and fear, and like I said, there's just a different fervor to it, a different energy to it. It's 5:33 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect. Hey, holy crap, we're live, back with you again after yet another break. You can join us. I do have the phone number up on the screen, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, wherever you are across the Facebook universe. Over 100 shares. And oh, by the way, folks, any of you watching, please feel free to share this program to any groups that you may be in that I'm not in that you think are appropriate. Friends, family, share, 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 share. That's why it's out there. Feel free to do it. That other side of information is our home group Facebook page. We've already said hello to Ashley and Randall and Liam and Darlene and Pauline. That came out well. I rhymed that. I didn't plan. You think I didn't plan that. I was all over that. Ashley, Mike, our dear friend Michael, who took that fantastic picture of us that I think we should frame, probably.
It's like the only picture that I actually look nice in. So.
It's one of only a handful.
Thank you.
It's one of only a handful of pictures of us, period.
I know, we don't take pictures.
We're not, no. That's actually, you know what? That's one we should send to Fracture. Fracture's the one that does on glass.
That prints out your...
They put it on glass.
Yeah.
I might send that one to Fracture. That's an idea. I love when I have ideas. By the time the show's over, I'll have forgotten I said that. but occasionally you have a good idea.
Can
So
I-
wherever you are on Facebook, that other side of information is our home group Facebook page. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. Apple App Store, Google Play Store. For any other type of device, the TuneIn Radio app, and you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. And of course, TCP. I very much hope to join them again soon. And if you did not see my appearance, why not? Go to their Facebook page. You can always scroll back and find it.
I was just going to say, as you said, we can get into
Mika, you
details.
need to be heard.
So can I get into a detail here?
Oh, God. Yes, of course.
And again, I'm not trying to minimize how horrific and just plain four-letter word that I can't say on the air the constitutional amendment about abortion is. But
You can use a 5-letter word.
it's okay if I put an extra 2 consonants on the end of it.
No. You can use the old. There's an ancient Gaelic word
Oh shit.
that we Irish use occasionally to talk about such things, such steaming piles. It's a bunch of shite.
Well, it is definitely that. I'm not minimizing it at all. I just think that there's nothing more that I could really say on that topic that we haven't already said, or that other people haven't already said. But there's
Here-
another part of this bill, SB 106,
Yeah, but
that is
before you get to that, Republicans in the legislature tried to tell those of us who were paying attention, and sadly, again, not enough of us were, and tried to tell the Democrats in the chamber at the time that part of that constitutional amendment had nothing to do with abortion. Yeah?
well, they just
that it
flat
wasn't-
out lied.
Well, no kidding. We do that all the time. But said that it had nothing to do with actually banning abortion. So then this morning, if you're not, if you haven't been on our Facebook page, I posted an article this morning where one of the Republican legislators, I will try to find it while Kristin is informing you way better than me, actually came right out and said, yeah, the Right to Life Amendment. And just called it that.
Well, anybody,
After Fettinghoff and the majority leader and all of them stood there screaming
they're
till their
not
flesh
fooling
almost
anybody.
peeled off of their skulls about how this had nothing to do with banning abortion, and then one of their fellow legislators comes out and said, oh yeah, the Right to Life Amendment.
They're not fooling anybody. I mean, if you go on I believe J.J. Abbott has posted this photo on Twitter, and he reposted it again last night during the debate. Somebody who was in the Capitol in Harrisburg a couple of months ago took a shot of these 2 ornate wooden doors that are beautiful with a piece of printer paper taped to the outside that said, meeting about Postboro, Pennsylvania. Nobody's buying that line that this is not going to ban abortion. I mean, it's utterly ridiculous. What are they saying? That it's going to be left up to local municipalities to decide if the abortion is going to be legal?
So
That every municipality is going to take a vote, or every county, and we're going to have 67 different policies. I mean, think about it even just from a logistical perspective. Health insurance policies are written primarily for states or regions of states. They're not written at the county level. So the ability to cover some of this care in the situation that you have a miscarriage, that's going to be left down to the county or municipal level. It doesn't make any sense.
Why don't we back up one step? Tell folks what the constitutional amendment is, or at least is designed to do. If they don't
right
know.
to life
The
amendment?
Right to Life Amendment.
It
The Right to
literally-
Life Amendment that's not about abortion. Yes, that one.
I can read it to you.
Because it is relatively simply worded, if I'm not mistaken.
Give me 1 second here, and I will go back to it. Here it is. Literally says, Article 1 be amended by adding a section to read, this Constitution does not grant the right to taxpayer-funded abortion or any other right relating to abortion. That's it. No exception for life of the mother, no exception for rape, no exception for incest, nothing. So if I were to have if this were to go into effect and I had a miscarriage, I required a D&C, which very often is required for miscarriages, this amendment would make that illegal. And it would make it illegal for just common sense, comprehensive reproductive health care for women who want an abortion because they don't want to have a child and they don't want to continue a pregnancy, which is their right to be able to make that decision.
Let me ask you a little bit of a devil's advocate question. How big of a key word is taxpayer funded in there? Is that where Republicans are trying to tell us this is not about anti-abortion?
That's a complete deflection because the Hyde Amendment already prohibits that by federal law, and they know that. And they just stick it into bills all the time at the federal or the state level to say, well, we're only narrowly talking about. They're trying to constantly perpetuate this lie like there is still taxpayer money going to fund abortions, and it's not true. It's not been true for decades. They know that. They're not that unintelligent, and that's the part that on debates like this makes me truly just enraged. It's not that Republicans are this unintelligent or uninformed. They think that their base is. That's why they will peddle things like taxpayer-funded abortion and partial birth abortion, which is not even medically a thing. It doesn't happen.
So do you see this as just another driver to get people out to vote in November? Because I'm taking more of the 10,000 foot view. God knows all the ground level detail is exceptionally important, and I'm not overlooking it.
I think
I'm talking about the sense that I got, and I think that you got when we were watching PCN, Pennsylvania Cable Network. If you don't watch it, you should. Free plug for PCN, because they really are the only ones where you can watch this stuff. No one else has a camera in the chamber and is watching this stuff on a daily basis. The call-in programs can be a little rough to watch. I don't think all their hosts are particularly very good, but it's the only place where a lot of these legislators are going and taking questions. With that said, when you and I were watching PCN late, was it Thursday night?
Yes.
Or was it Friday night?
No, it was Friday night.
Friday night.
Yeah.
I mean, did you get this? I think you did. I would never speak for you, dear. Never. Because I know my place.
Well,
but I think did you get the same sense that I did, that there was a heightened level of stifling debate. There was a heightened level of anger and rush, and we got to get this done. And I personally, again, tell me if you agree or disagree. I think we talked about it. You and I talked about it after it was over. Or no, we talked about it during it. It seems to me that the actions of the Republicans in the legislature the past couple of weeks surrounding the budget and these constitutional amendments is a party that fears they're going to lose. So they're trying to jam some stuff through while they can, in any way that they can.
I think there are multiple things going on there. I think that's one aspect of it. We have seen a group of Republicans actively come out and support the opposing candidate for governor, Attorney General Josh Shapiro. Charlie Dent is one of them who's actually out there fundraising for Shapiro.
There is a group actively running TV ads
Yes.
called Republicans for Shapiro.
And we know that the Republican leadership within the party did not want Doug Mastriano.
Nope. They
They
did not.
they feel that he's too toxic to the middle. He's too toxic to more affluent suburbs outside of Philadelphia, affluent suburbs here in Lehigh Valley, as well as other places. I think the other thing though was that more, and they do this every year in the budget season, and I think they could probably speak to this far more eloquently than I can. But when they finish the budget, the majority party often, and Republicans do this all the time, since they've held the majority, throw red meat to the base at the end to satisfy the base. So there was I think always a sense that this was coming. I didn't think that people thought that they would go this far. And I think, at least personally, I did not think that they would go this far and push not only this amendment, but the other ones that they shoved into this bill, because 106 was originally a bill that mostly centered on changing the way in which the lieutenant governor comes to office. Right now we vote for a lieutenant governor. It's not like the federal system where you have two running mates. We vote for the lieutenant governor. So theoretically, you could have a governor of one party and a lieutenant governor of another party.
And I believe the majority of states in the
Yeah.
nation do it that way as well.
So, and a lot of people have voiced criticism of the original bill because it was taking away choice from the people, and limiting our choices. But then they took that bill and they shoved these other amendments into it and stretched the rules as far as humanly possible. Some people might even argue broke the rules to force them through and to try to get them on the ballot in November. So I think it was red meat to the base to satisfy their members. There was a lot of funding in the budget for education, for public education. So I think it was red meat to the members. I think it was also red meat to the voters to get people ginned up and excited. And now they can go out and they can campaign on this. I think the other thing that I have that's a little bit of kind of like an afterthought concern is that rightly so, we're all talking about the abortion amendment, but we should not overlook the other amendments that are in there. And I think it can also, for the Republicans, serve as a little bit of like the shiny object in misdirection. Not to minimize it, because it could actually get on the ballot, and if passed, it would amend the Constitution to ban abortion. So I'm not minimizing it and saying we should ignore it. I just think that if all of the energy goes there, we're going to miss what else is in this bill, particularly the amendment about election audits, which basically is 1 to 2 sentences. The first sentence says that the General Assembly should provide for an election audit to be conducted by the Auditor General. When the Auditor General is up for election, it should be done by an independent commission, but it doesn't lay out who's on that independent commission, how is it structured, who is in charge of appointing people to that commission. It's literally 2 sentences.
And if the Auditor General happened to be a Democrat, does anyone really trust that Republicans in the legislature would even still allow that to happen? Don't you think they would try to usurp that power for themselves? If Eugene D. Pasquale was still Auditor General, and this proposed constitutional amendment was in place, they wouldn't want Eugene anywhere near an audit like that, and they would scream about whatever results he came up with that didn't make them happy, because he's a Democrat. So of course, certainly he's cheating.
And on the flip side of that, if Doug Mastriano is elected, or you get a extreme type like Mastriano who gets elected Auditor General, do we trust them to conduct an impartial audit of the election?
Mr. Mastriano, by the way, who has said that he will, is perfectly willing to change the outcome of elections when he doesn't like the results. There's always that too.
I think too, voters should look at this bill and these amendments and ask themselves why they were written so vaguely and so badly. And in the case of the election audit amendment, my gut feeling is that that's almost intentional. I think we should look at that amendment and ask ourselves, why is it written leaving out all of the criteria and mechanisms for how that audit would be conducted? Why do they want the public to vote for there to be an annual audit after an election, but they don't want the public to vote on the means for conducting that audit? Because they're not going to put that up for a constitutional amendment. They'll write those rules and they'll pass them themselves, or if they hold the governor's office, they'll do it by, executive order or
What about
administrative regulation.
What about the blatant? I mean, the blatant doesn't even cover it, really. Hypocrisy that was pointed out by Representative Malcolm Kenyatta from Philadelphia, to where he had his microphone turned off when he stepped to the podium and mentioned, made mention, eloquently talked about the hypocrisy of what the Republicans were doing, as in 2020, we didn't trust you to vote. We try to take that away from you, strip you of mail-in voting. You must show up on that day. Oh, by the way, we didn't like the results, so we'll audit this and dig into machines here. And a second slate of fake illegal electors was constructed. Representative Scott Perry, should, after having helped arrange the insurrection and having helped contributed to the effort to find some legal mechanism through which to keep Trump in office, should be disqualified entirely from continuing to run. Mr. Mastriano should be disqualified from continuing to run. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution says that if you were part of an insurrection, you are ineligible to hold office. So both of them should be run out. But that said, that the legislature, of course, in 2020 didn't trust you to vote. They don't like the way you vote. They don't like that you vote, period. We'll decide everything. But now we desperately want you to run to the polls and vote for these constitutional amendments. Well, which is it? Do you want us to vote or not? Or do you only want us to vote when we vote the way that you think is acceptable? The constitutional amendments, as they are written in and of themselves, by themselves, are scary enough. They're flat out fascism. But which is it? So we only don't want you to vote when we don't like the results. But if the results are our way, do you think any Republican's going to scream about voter fraud and voter intimidation and election fraud and all of this crap if Mastriano and all the constitutional amendments pass? Are they going to scream about any of that? How about even if it's split? Mr. Shapiro becomes governor, but all the constitutional amendments pass. Are they going to scream about a dirty election?
Oh, they're trying that kind of ridiculous two-step. Our current Auditor General, Mr. DeFore, I believe, came out and said that he does not believe that there was not fraud. He believes there was fraud in the 2020 election, except for in his race.
So all of you fraudulent voters in Pennsylvania who went out and cheated for Joe Biden, but still voted a Republican all the way down the rest of the ticket, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Think about what Kristin just told you. This man is holding one of the higher offices in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, who said, oh yeah, all sorts of cheating, all sorts of fraud, all sorts of dirty shenanigans. Except me, I won fair and square, but all the rest of it, dirty, dirty, dirty.
And that's why I think I'm so glad you brought up Kenyatta, because I think what Kenyatta was getting at when they shut his mic off is something deeper, which is what they're really saying is elections are only legal and power is only legitimately exercised
When
we're the ones that are doing it. And if we're not, then it's illegitimate. And that
And that
can't
is
be
one
the
of
way
the-
we
It's
govern.
and that is one of the base tenets of fascism. Is that anything that anyone else does is somehow invalid and somehow illegal unless we do it. If I go and take my kitchen garbage and dump it in the middle of the street, I broke the law. But if Republicans do it, it's okay. Again, not the cleanest analogy. But that is what Kristin just said is exactly what they're saying to you. That it's okay when we do it, but not when you do it. It's okay when Republicans do it, but not when anybody else does it. Not even just Democrats. Anybody. So we can play fast and loose with the Commonwealth Constitution. We can change the rules of how the House operates, 2, 3, 5 minutes before we want to do something different. When one of the members jumps up and says, hey, we could just alter the rules. Okay, great. Could you imagine the hissy fit that would have been thrown in that chamber if that was Speaker Kenyatta 10 minutes before telling a Democratic majority, hey, look, we have a hard out at midnight, we're just going to change that.
Yeah.
And then if a Benninghoff or a Rowe, God, I'm filling a blank, and Flood, I'd say Milo McKenzie, but she probably hadn't been wheeled in at that point. And she doesn't talk anyway. There's only a handful that are allowed to actually say anything. Could you imagine the scene they would have created on the floor if the roles had been reversed?
But even within their own caucuses, they have consolidated power away from the average rank and file member. If you're a rank and file member and you want to get your bill, even as a Republican, you want to get your bill on the floor for a vote, you've got to kiss up to the leadership. If you're not good with the leadership, your bill's not going anywhere. It is a massive consolidation of power away from the majority to a very small group of people
who are all outright bought and paid for. 100% by a variety of industries, not least of which is the fossil fuel industry. You have the for-profit education industry, the for-profit prison industry. They are. I wish I could say. Well, I don't really wish I could say, but it would be interesting to be able to tell you folks that they have been bought out by 100 different interests. It's really not that complicated. Fossil fuels, for-profit education, for-profit health insurance.
Even
The for-profit prison industry. There's maybe 5 big interests in PA that own these people, own them outright. There's what's become a bit of a stale or a more stale.
I wouldn't even actually
Old joke inside progressive circles that we should put NASCAR uniforms on these guys.
We should, but I would argue it's becoming more consolidated than that. Jeffrey Yaz it was announced this week, put another, 11 million into this election cycle in one race here in the Lehigh Valley. He took out the chair of appropriations for the Republican Party, who had been there since when? He's been there at least 15, 16 years, with $400,000. We're watching one billionaire essentially buy a legislature.
And what is the key driving factor for Mr. Yaz?
He is pro-charter schools. He's pro-fossil fuel.
It's simpler than that. It's simpler than that.
He's
Mr.
an
Yass
extreme
doesn't wanna-
libertarian.
Mr. Yass doesn't want to pay taxes.
Yes, but
He
he's
doesn't want
also
to pay for anything.
he's funded a lot of very pro-charter, very extreme.
Right,
conservative
pro-charter, because if you
libertarian.
can't afford, pro-charter, because I don't want to pay for anything. What is libertarianism at its heart? That government should, to the greatest extent possible, not exist.
Yes, but
Because Pennsylvania doesn't have to provide for its own defense the way the United States does, there should be practically no government in Pennsylvania. So what is he supporting? Fossil fuels, rape the ground, kill the environment, take it all overseas and sell it. For-profit charters, not rich enough to afford an education, tough crap, you don't get one.
but
Can't afford to see a doctor, tough crap, you don't get one.
the
But I'm not
distinction-
paying taxes, that's all I really care about.
The distinction I'm drawing between the point that you're making and the point that I was making was simply the one that there are the people who don't want to pay for stuff just because they don't want to pay for poor people, and it's not. It's more self-interest than ideological, and then there are the people who operate from an ideological. They really have an extreme ideological belief in a libertarian worldview. Like Peter Thiel is deep down the Ayn Rand libertarian rabbit hole, to the point of talking about, creating his own little island country where he would get to, which I love coming from a libertarian, he would get to set the rules of how the society would work, but it would somehow still be this libertarian utopia.
He's welcome to go find one. I can think of a couple of islands in the middle of the Delaware River. They flood about every 6 weeks, but 6:02 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 10th of July, 2022, wherever you may be across the Facebook universe. Thank you for being there. You can stay in the group that you are, continue to watch, listen, however it is that you take in the program. If you take us in live, if you take it in the recording later in the week, however you take it in, just thank you, thank you, thank you. Please know, however, if you are watching us on the Lehigh Valley Young Progressives or the Lycoming County Democrats or any one of the 100 groups that we share to, and you comment in the comment section, you want to yell at me, scream at me, agree with me, disagree with me, ask a question, I don't see those comments. I don't see them. I only get a notice about them later on, and I won't be able to answer you. And if you really have a question, you deserve to get an answer. So if you put in a comment or a question in any place that you're watching other than our home group Facebook page, I don't see it until later. So that said, if you want to interact with us, it's not a requirement, but we encourage it. If you would like to interact with us, come on over to our home group Facebook page, that other side of information, go into the comments and talk to us there. Hot101.net, name is the website. Also, redesigned apps for Apple devices at the Apple App Store, Android devices at the Google Play Store. You can also use the TuneIn radio app. Welcome back, Hot101.net family. We have missed you. We are proud to be part of the Hot101.net family to our listeners around the globe. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. I think I may have said that. And TCP, the Culture Professional, the morning show returns tomorrow morning. No plans yet for me to return to the morning show, but I'm always happy to do it. So I hope that I get to. Had a great deal of fun with everyone the day that I sat in. They do a great job. You should check it out. Awaiting on our guests. They will arrive when they arrive. They were feeding the family. Can't argue with that. Got to keep everybody happy. So we will let you, well, you'll see on screen when they get here, and of course we'll tell you on the audio side. But the phone line is open for those who would dare. It is 267-227-9189, 9189-267. 227-9189. So what is the result of all of this? You and I found out yesterday morning that these constitutional amendments will actually be on the ballot this fall. We had thought that it was going to have to wait till 2023, but it appears that they're going to be on this fall.
Yes, I don't know if I can confirm that.
Well, it would appear, unbeknownst to most people, and I would have to say, you and I do this for a living. I didn't know it, and I think that
it's living, but that's going around the rumor mill. I don't know if
that it's already in Pennsylvania to get a constitutional amendment question, so to speak, or proposed amendment on the ballot for voters to vote on. It has to pass through both chambers of the legislature twice. It appears that this amendment did that, unbeknownst to an awful lot of people. We thought it had only gone through once. I somehow still thought it was going to be on the ballot this fall. I think that's the point. I think that's why they're doing it the way they're doing it, is to get people out to vote by using these constitutional amendments as a reason. It also strikes to me that they are trying to drive turnout because they don't think that their ticket is going to drive turnout.
Well, I think that's definitely true, but I think it's the ticket, and also you started to hear rumblings after the Supreme Court decision that the average voter might confuse the Supreme Court ruling with an actual legal impact, in that it would in and of itself make abortion illegal. And not understanding the complexity of the federalist system that you would actually need state bans. That there are some states where it would immediately become illegal because they had trigger laws. There are other states where it would still be legal, But I think that yes, it does drive turnout because it puts the issue immediately into an easily understandable frame for base Republican voters. We're putting it on as a ballot initiative. You're going to vote in November whether or not it's legal or illegal. I think the question is, does it cause a backlash? I watched a lot of kind of man on the street interviews going into 2016 when Trump was running the first time, and you would see disaffected Democratic voters or independent voters who crossed over and voted for Trump and were excited by Trump. It always surprised me, and I found it interesting how many of those women were interviewed in those spots when they were asked about abortion would say, "Oh, that would never happen. It's been legal for 50 years. The court's not going to overturn it." Or Trump is always been pro-choice, but of course he has to say he's pro-life because he's running on the Republican ticket. And there was kind of a coming to peace that some of these voters made with that. So I wonder how they're feeling now. And maybe it's turning them off, maybe it's not. I think that remains to be seen. I think that the Supreme Court ruling and now this constitutional amendment is definitely going to energize the Democratic base.
But what is it? What does it say?
It's a different election now than it was a month or two ago.
What does it say about the Republican base? Or again, this handful of white male, increasingly rich white men who control the Republicans in the legislature. What does it say about their view of their own candidates that they felt they needed this charade of a group of constitutional amendments to make people come and vote. That's what I'm saying. That it's not to say that these proposed amendments are not serious. In fact, I think a good number of them are unconstitutional boldly on their face. I believe that they will all end up in court. Whether the voters pass them or not, to technically make them constitutional, I think they are unconstitutional. I think some of them are federally unconstitutional. You have separation of powers issues, you have privacy rights, and all sorts of things. But that said, and this is why I keep coming back to this point, that it speaks to a desperation. I believe that there is a desperation on the right side of the aisle, not the correct side, the right side, about this upcoming election, that they needed to throw this chum in the water to get their own base excited for something. Are they admitting, even if only passively, are they admitting they don't have enough people currently ready to come out and vote for Dr. Oz? That they certainly don't have enough people to come out and vote for Mr. Mastriano?
I would push back on that a little bit, because I would say just the conversations that I've had with people, friends and family from home who are Republican, and looking at polling data, and I will always say not all polling is created equally, but looking at good polling data, Republicans were excited to come out. They were excited to vote. They were ticked off by the economy and high prices and inflation. If the problem is Mastriano and Amendment Oz, and you're worried that the Republican base is not, and you're worried that voters are not going to come out and come home to Republicans, then this constitutional amendment, I don't know what it gets you, because if you're going to vote for Mastriano, you're probably a pro-life Christian evangelical and a base Republican voter. That's his core constituency. It's not really a constituency beyond that. I don't know that this amendment gets you anything that you didn't already have. I think in some ways, and again, this is just conjecture, I think it's more of a testament to the extreme nature of where the party has gone. It's tone deafness to the vast majority of voters, how partisan they have become, and how well protected they are in their districts, that they could do something like this and not think that when they go back home to their district, they're going to really suffer. Now, some of them, there were a few Republicans who voted no. There were 2 Republicans who voted no, and if you look, they were from more suburban districts.
Yep,
so I think that is more to do with, and I had heard for a while that there was real infighting within the Republican caucus. There were a lot of members in leadership who were not talking to other members in leadership. They wanted to get out of town on the budget, and they were trying to get out of town before the Supreme Court decision came down, because they were worried that the more extreme members in their caucus were going to force something on abortion rights. So I think, and again, this is just my own conjecture, I think it speaks more to what's going on internally in the Republican Party than we needed something to get our voters, energized to come out and vote.
Maybe. I don't know. The thing about the extremism is that the next thing that you have to do to continue, if you're going to keep going to the well and playing this trick, doing this stunt, the daredevil, Evel Knievel jumps 5 cars. What do you do next? You jump 8. You you do after that? You jump 10. What do you do after that? You try and jump the fountain in Vegas. What do you try to do after that? You try and jump a gorge, a canyon. They keep going to this well of altering the Constitution. And every time they go back to it, it seems to get more and more and more radical. It's more and more and more fascist. Where does it end? Where does the at some point you would have to think they're going to run out of. So far, you're going to turn so far right, you're going to circle on yourself at some point. I still see it as and you are right, all polls are not created equal. It depends on who does them. Fox News does a poll, probably going to can probably predict the outcomes that you're going to get. However, if it's Quinnipiac, you can pretty well assure yourself that it's somewhat down the middle. I continue to see this as, the ads have already started on TV. The anti-Republican ads have already started. And they've started from outside expenditure groups. There are billboards around by Republican groups, not the least of which is the Koch brothers, by the way. Well, the remaining Koch brother, the Koch brother network. And the Northampton County Republicans, which continue to be able to fund a video billboard, I have no idea where that money's coming from. I should say, I have a very good idea where the money's coming from, but I'm sure it's not all their money. I'm sure they didn't all contribute and raise it.
One address in Montgomery County.
Yeah, or the Commonwealth Foundation, one or the other. It's interesting that the competition built in there, that Mr. Yass is actually outspending the Commonwealth Foundation at this point. Now, a lot of their interests overlap, but it is interesting to see the competition going on inside major political spending on the right. Patricia asks, well, first off, she states. So take that, Kristin. She states. Because damn it, Patricia's angry. I need an answer to this question. So I'll ask the smart person in the room. You.
Oh, no.
What does a referendum on the ballot do? In Michigan, there's a petition to put abortion on the November ballot. Someone at our event yesterday, sorry, Patricia, I don't know what event that is, asked me why we cannot do that. Why they can put a constitutional amendment on the ballot for what they want, but people can't. There is no initiative and referendum I think I'm saying that right, it's initiative and referendum in Pennsylvania, which means
Not at the state level.
if Commonwealth-wide you wanted to put on a counteracting amendment to say, the one that the Republicans just shoved down their own throats, banning abortion, and you want to put one on that protects it. There is no. I'm searching for. There's no civilian-led legal avenue by which to do that. Which is not to say that the legislators are not civilians. They are. They're not in the military. But you get my point.
It would have to go through the legislative process. So
Yep.
it would have to be a bill that passes in both houses of the state legislature in 2 consecutive sessions. So it would have to pass the House and the Senate this year, and then it would have to pass the House and the Senate the following year.
But if you wanted to do that in California, which is probably the state most hampered by initiative and referendum, because they get some whoppers out there. You would have to gather a certain percentage, certain total number of signatures based on a percentage of elected voters in the Commonwealth, and then it would get placed on the ballot. However, there's no law for that in Pennsylvania, and you can do it in California. You just mentioned that you can do it in Michigan. I think you can do it in Florida. You can do it in New Jersey. But there's no mechanism for that here in PA. And I would say be careful what you wish for. Careful what you wish for. There was an initiative and referendum ballot question in California in 2020, I think it was, that would make the quote-unquote gig workers, your Uber driver, your Lyft driver, your DoorDash driver, your I don't know, who else might, that kind of thing, would make them, give them the ability to unionize. And the industry, did you click the wrong thing because you just disappeared?
No, I moved it over, but then I saw you were going to click, so I didn't.
Well, he disappeared. There was, so the industry spent about $100 million to get that defeated, so that those workers cannot collectively bargain. And they can, in fact, they're still all considered independent contractors. They cannot collectively bargain. They're not even considered, they're not considered employees the same way
They're considered
a kid at McDonald's is an employee. So be careful what you wish for. With initiative and referendum can really, really be maneuvered. You know, there was, they originally, by initiative and referendum, banned gay marriage in California.
Yeah.
Because they wrote, because they wrote the ballot questions so perfectly. Californians did not even know they were going to the polls to vote against gay marriage. They thought they were supporting it the way the ballot question was written.
Well, and that's the problem we've had with constitutional amendments in this state, even, is most of them, the vast majority, pass because they're so complicated in the way they're written that people don't understand what they're voting
I
for.
also think people have a natural, there's a weight, there's a seriousness to voting on a constitutional amendment that I think many people take seriously, even if they read the question the wrong way, even if they don't genuinely understand it. Again, I'm being repetitive. My show, I'm being repetitive. Take that. That said, it's chum in the water. I get it. It's driving voter turnout for Republicans to vote on these Neanderthalish constitutional amendments. But I also do think, and I don't think we should, talk down to these folks, there's a measurable percentage of self-identified Republicans who think it's the Constitution. It's pretty freaking serious. I need to go vote on this. And they're doing it for the right reasons. We may not agree with how they're voting, and the whole process is engineered to get them out to vote because they don't like their two top of the ticket candidates. That's me, anyway. Go ahead, say something before we let the real smart people, before the three smart people do all the talking, and I sit back and get out of the way.
Oh, pardon. I do think that they may have some real backlash, though, by putting the abortion amendment.
Oh, I think they may have broke the carousel. Yeah, I think there's no.
I think the
there's no
dog
question
may
about
have
it.
caught the car here a little bit. That said, Democrats shouldn't coast on it either.
No, not in the least. 6:24 Eastern Time. Let me reset the program a little bit early. We usually do that top and bottom of the hour. This is the Kennedy Effect, and we are live for July 10, 2022. Yes, kids, we are pretty much halfway through the 7th month of 2022. Where did you go, 2022? We hardly knew ye. And for the most part, I didn't bloody like you anyway. So, good. Got out. That said, our guests are here, wherever you are on the Facebook universe. We've shared the program to over 100 places this week. You feel free to do the same. Please share our program to wherever it is appropriate, wherever you think it's important. To Crazy Uncle Larry at Thanksgiving, who needs to hear some truth and facts, please do that. Stay where you are. Watch. If you missed any of the program, you can find it everywhere that it's been shared. You'll have to scroll down a little bit, but you will find it and it will be there. And of course, our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. If you want to exchange with us the way Patricia just did, we just took her question and talked about it. Kristin talked about it a lot more intelligently than me, but if you want to, you can do that. Come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. Hot101.net, our website, is our name. The Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android. And you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. And someday, somebody's going to call me and say, you turned my Alexa on and I started listening to you. And I'm going to giggle like a spoiled little child that I tripped somebody's Alexa. TCP, the culture professional from Lancaster. The morning show returns tomorrow. I know that the phone line is up on the screen. I'm probably going to change that because we're going to let our guests talk. But we will open up the phone line later on in the program. Now, let me welcome the smart folks, the really, really smart folks. And let me also say congratulations to somebody on their new position. And I'll let her talk about that in just a second. So, Nick Pressley and Jenna Henry, welcome to the program.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Jeff.
Let's start the way that we always start, a little old-fashioned. Ladies first. Miss Jenna Henry, who is Jenna Henry, and how did you get here?
Oh God, that's a whole story. Yeah. How much time do we got here? So I actually.
Well, you fed the kids now, so you got all the time in the world.
Right. So I actually. Well, currently I am the organizing director of the Penn Franchise Project, which is a brand new organization that we are launching with hopes to become an organizer training program, creating a pipeline of organizers, but particularly focused on training people who have been impacted by the criminal justice system in community organizing, political organizing, like how to run campaigns, how to advocate for issues, that kind of thing. So the reason that we're specifically focused on people who have been impacted by the criminal justice system is because both me and my colleague Lee Owens are formerly incarcerated people who thought we had like pretty much no options left in life for a career, both working in food service, and kind of accidentally found our way into political organizing just through like volunteering, meeting right people, getting in, and then being able to like really work and build a resume and kind of take it from there. So like neither of us ever thought that this is something that we could do, but it's something that we were both able to do and be passionate about and be able to actually like make a real living doing. And so we want to help other people who are like us, who have been traditionally left out of political spaces and been left out of job opportunities like this because of just having a criminal history. So,
Mr. Pressley, very simple question to you as well, sir. Who is Nick Pressley and how did you get here?
Pretty complex answer to the simple question as well. So currently I am the director of campaigns for the Pennsylvania Budget and Policy Center and the director of the We the People Pennsylvania campaign. Of course, I'm off the clock right now. I feel like I should say that to start the topic, to start this future conversation off. But we are, the organization is one of the primary progressive think tanks in Pennsylvania. We do a lot of work around addressing issues related to poverty and kind of everything that stems off from that. And then we do our advocacy arm is the We the People Pennsylvania campaign, and we get involved with legislative advocacy and ensuring that legislators that agree with how to address poverty in Pennsylvania are understand how to reach the folks and the voters in their districts. But this is kind of a new position for me. I've been doing this work with economic justice for the last year, but I have a background in criminal justice reform as well. Kind of had my life is kind of split into two parts. There's the before times, and then there's the today times. In the before times, I was a college dropout from Penn State out here in State College, working in the restaurant industry and slinging a little bit of herb on the side to make ends meet. I met a lot of problem in my 20s and ended up spending that period of my life in and out of county jail out here in Center County until I got the opportunity to work on a political campaign. And turns out there's a lot of correlation between hustling and politics, which is why what Jenna's trying to do now is going to meet with a lot of success, because there's a lot of skills that kind of translate into both areas. And kind of not stop tumbling down the rabbit hole since, mostly focusing on criminal justice reform and trying to end mass incarceration. But along the way, realizing that a lot of the issues that we have to address in order to get to the world I want to see require us to address some of the issues of poverty too. So that is me and why I'm here and what I'm happy to come here and BS with y'all about today.
The data is irrefutable. It has been researched around the globe. That when people are not desperate, that they do not commit crime. They generally commit crime out of desperation. Franklin Roosevelt wanted to introduce, of course, a second Bill of Rights. The original Bill of Rights, the Bill of Rights that we are all used to, and if you're not used to it, for goodness sake, it's a real quick, easy read. Have a look. Are essentially their political rights, their social rights, if you will. The second Bill of Rights was going to be an economic Bill of Rights, that we had a right to a job. We had a right to a home. We had a right to be economically safe and secure. Even Roosevelt even went so far as to say that we had a right to 2 weeks a year of recreation with our families. We had a right to an education. People are not desperate. People are not free when they are not economically secure. How can you be free when you don't know where your next meal is coming from, or when you are injured and cannot see a doctor? How can you be free? So these are not small things. These are, the two of you are actually working on a very interconnected thing. When you're studying a budget is, to make people feel more secure. But before, I drown in everyone in history, which I do every week anyway, but we've been lucky enough to chat a little bit before we finally Nick was supposed to be with us, like 6 weeks ago or something, and just everything got in the way, and look, that happens. God knows how many shows have I
got
canceled this
COVID,
year.
actually.
Yeah, I think it was something like that, wasn't it? Yeah.
So you had to cancel the show anyway, so it worked out.
Yeah, because I was sick too, I think it was. But that said, excuse me, so much has happened this last 2 weeks. And we've been lucky enough to continue to chat from the original, trying to get the original date set up to now. Why don't I just give you both the floor for a moment, just to, Kristin and I spent the first, hour 20-ish, hour and a half-ish, just kind of talking about the proper circus that was the legislature this week. And scary as it is, trying to put ourselves in that mindset, I'm quite literally getting a headache right down here thinking about it. But why they did what they did, what I perceive to be a desperation on the right to drive turnout. The fact that, I made a very sloppy analogy before you guys got here, that if you're Evel Knievel and you want to do something awesome, you jump 5 cars. Well, what do you do next? You jump 10. Oh, and what do you do after that? Then you jump 20, or you jump Snake Canyon. You always constantly have to move the bar. and that these constitutional amendments seem to just continually move the bar. The irony of some of these constitutional amendments is that I don't know that they're constitutional.
Right.
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter if 100% of the voters go out and vote for them. I don't believe that some of them are in adherence with the federal Constitution. So let me just, Nick was originally going to come on to talk about the budget because that's its own circus.
Yeah.
And then Nick and I, having a scintilla of intelligence on occasion, being the silly boys that we are, said we have the ladies to come and really add some smartness to the program. And I think it just made a word, smartness, because that ain't the right word, is it? It's intelligence, isn't it?
It is
It's
now.
intelligence. I just made a word. But,
If Shakespeare can do it, you can do it.
well, you know what? How do you know Shakespeare wasn't Irish? Anyway,
I
how do you know that he wasn't Irish? That's why he was so smart, isn't it? That's
how
sad.
much longer is the federal Constitution gonna matter?
Well, that's what I wanted to just let you guys just like
what came
what-
to my mind when you
what
just said all
happened?
that. Like,
when you were sitting home this week, if you were sitting home this week, watching PCN like we were, like, I was kind of like watching a public execution. It's like, wow, did we just see what we just saw? What did you tell me what you did, or what you thought, or what just open the floor and talk to me about this week.
yeah, you go ahead. The budget's
We can talk about the budget in a little while. I think that we can talk about what we saw on PCN the other night. We were sitting here watching it too, together.
Yeah, we were watching Friday night too. It was
at the insanity that's going on. It's an interesting take you have that it's a Hail Mary to pull turnout, because the one thing we kept asking each other was, we've seen the polling, they've seen the polling, was it Sterla at the end who was saying he's seen the polling, bring it on? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they have to know that in a straight up and down fight, they would lose this fight, in Pennsylvania.
Well, here's why I say that. They obviously feel that they need to drive turnout for some reason. That they cannot and or will not do this through the regular legislative process. They could just as easily shove all of this up to Governor Wolf. He would veto every last bit of it, and then go run with golf shirts, khaki pants, and electric tiki torches, running down the streets of Harrisburg, saying, "See, we tried. It's his fault. We stood up for you." But they're not doing that. There is a reason. There is a desperation that Kristin does not agree. God bless her. She doesn't have to.
Well, my thought is, I think they've built their own problem. They've built their own monster. Is that when you start to sell to the base that we're responding to your needs because we keep doing things that are outrageous and push the boundaries, you then it becomes a feedback loop. And the base just keeps having. Oh, sorry, Nick. You keep having to go further and further to satisfy that need, and so I think that I wonder if that's part of what is happening here. That it's not so much a strategic move as a kind of like knee-jerk move. Like we have.
And I continue to argue that there simply isn't enough people to vote for Mr. Mastriano. There's just not enough people.
No, I think
you have the Republicans for Shapiro. You have the Republicans in some of the rural counties that like John Fetterman.
Have you? Okay, I live in the middle of the state, and let me tell you with 100% certainty that Mastriano absolutely can win this governor's race. There are enough people to vote for him, and they will crawl out from under rocks to do so. But if that's
true, then why shove these constitutional amendments?
Mastriano is a grassroots organizer, and he's not Donald Trump. He is much more popular than Donald Trump. He doesn't have the baggage that Donald Trump has, and people really like him. He's a personable guy. He feeds people fascism in a bowl and they lick it up. They love it. They love it. And he has the ability to turn out new voters for the Republican Party, which Josh Shapiro does not have that same ability for the Democratic Party. So he may take some of those like typical middle of the road Republican voters in the Southeast, but he's going to scoop up a whole bunch of new voters in rural Pennsylvania.
Can I add? There are a couple. I'm a little more optimistic than Jenna is on the governor's race, but I do agree that Mastriano absolutely can win this governor's race. It's a mistake to really think that he can't. We both live out here in Center County. We see what it looks like out here, and how I think a couple of very important points. And when we look at the time that we live in, there is an internal friction within the Republican Party in Pennsylvania. There is a takeover in the process of happening. You know, look at what happened to Jake Corman, who's our state senator, basically got tricked out of his seat by his colleagues in the Republican caucus. And they have been protesting against Kerry Benninghoff and Jake Corman in these parts for over almost 2 years now, with larger and larger groups of people in the county seat, in Kerry Benninghoff's leadership in the Republican caucus in the House. And so they have those. There's an insurgency within the party and the ability to raise new voters. And then we've seen some of this in data that's starting to bear out when we see an edge in Republican registrations in the Commonwealth, and also an edge in the number of people who have changed their registration from Democrat to Republican, which is mostly around Harrisburg and like Western PA and stuff.
So if these amendments are meant to drive turnout, why would they then be needed if all of what you just said is accurate? And I know that
I don't think they know that. I think they're scared of Mastriano, and they think Mastriano is going to lose. I mean, none of them thought he could win the primary. They
worked against it, actively worked against it.
Was going to win that Republican primary. I heard that so many times, and as I kept saying, Mastriano's going to win, Mastriano's going to win, Mastriano's going to win, and as it went on, and like people were like, no, until like then it like hit a certain point where they were like, oh shit, yeah, he is. Like, and I think that we're gonna we could see a little bit of that happening here. Like I don't want to underestimate Mastriano here. Like he's got people out in shirts that say Mastriano's Army. Like I think it was like a random Tuesday afternoon. I was at the Capitol building. There was like nothing even really happening that day. He's out there having a rally about like an anti-vaccine mandate rally. There's not even a bill being considered for a vaccine mandate, and he has the Capitol steps full of people who are wearing Mastriano's Army shirts. I mean, that's like you can't bet against that, you know. It's wild.
No, you can't. I think I bird dogged that rally. Actually, it was creepy.
That is the day you were there. You said you said he was out there.
But you guys are out in Central PA, and you know, as an aside note, I grew up in Central PA. I grew up in a small town outside of Selinsgrove, so I know what you're saying, Jenna. I see the signs when I drive home to my parents. The ads that he's running here that I've seen in the Lehigh Valley very much paint him as like a moderate Republican talking about economic issues. But I was wondering if you could talk about the way in which he's presenting himself in your area, because when I go home, it's a different presentation. It's very much hitting his religiosity very hard, you know, and that he's a Christian, he's fighting for Christians. So is that what you're seeing in the State College area?
Oh yeah. Definitely. I mean, that's like his whole thing. Like, so he's somehow getting away with doing all these events at churches. And he had a massive event in Center County at one of the churches. I mean, and they had hundreds of people there. Like just massive. But he's very much here, I think, paints himself as an outsider. He paints himself as like the anti-establishment candidate, and which is probably why he did in, which is the perfect thing to do in Center County when we've had the Corman dynasty, since 1979 or I think 77, whenever Doyle Corman became our state senator, and then Jake took his dad's seat in 1998, I want to say. So we've had a Corman as our state senator since the 70s. And a lot of people here don't it's kind of gotten to the point where, nobody on either side really likes Jake that much, but nobody like serious enough has ever, ran against him or ran a serious enough campaign against him. So he basically painting himself as that outsider plays really well here, because like we're sick of the cronyism that we get with Jake Corman, who, works with companies like Glen O'Habaker, who get caught stealing $20 million from their own employees through wage theft. And that's one of Corman's biggest donors, right? So like, I think that's really working for him here.
I'm not going to say that they didn't move the amendment like that with an aim of kind of ginning up turnout. They absolutely will need to. I don't want to put that out. What I kept thinking about was giving the polling on it and knowing how people feel in general about taking rights away in Pennsylvania on both sides of the aisle, and you're absolutely for a fact, I know Republicans who are like, oh, hell no, as a result, people who voted for Trump in 2020 and in 2016 who will not be voting for Mastriano because of his stance on abortion. But he hasn't talked about his stance on abortion since March. Okay, he hasn't said anything about it. His messaging, as Kristin was saying, has shifted over to his Christian background, and that's maybe his coded language he's using, and then his real populist messaging in more of the suburban areas of Pennsylvania. I wonder, they're pushing it through. They must know something we don't, because they're not dumb. Like, they're not stupid. They know that this is going to increase our turnout. Now, our turnout is already been the highest it's ever been, and so that's just going to drive it up even further and probably have some defectors. So my question was, what are they going to do to suppress the votes? I don't want to get conspiracy theory here, but these are things that we have to consider as we look at the entire picture.
Is it conspiracy theory when it's happening?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I can't talk a lot on this, but I was in a conversation with multiple nonprofits the other day about some of the possibilities we'll be facing at our upcoming elections, and it's important. It's very clear that we need to be aware of the possibilities. We're in new territory these days.
The fact that there's a group, or the idea that there's a group of about a dozen people around the planet who actually control everything is a conspiracy theory. That those dozen people have either been genetically altered by aliens, or at least are in contact with them. That's conspiracy theory. But when the political party formerly known, or the former political party known as Republicans, tries to make sure that we don't just go, I know it's become a little cliche now that we're not just going back to the 50s, but the 1850s, where the two of you could no longer be married. Nick, you can no longer vote. Actually, neither of you can vote, and neither can you. But that we're going back to the 1850s it's not conspiracy theory when it's being done. We talked about, before you were kind enough to join us, that the Auditor General, the current Auditor General, who says, "Oh God, yeah, there was election fraud all over the damn place." Well, not in my race, of course, because I won, but everywhere else. It's not conspiracy theory when it's actually being done. That just is what it is. And it seems to me that one of the only ways. Look, there's only a couple ways to win elections. You increase turnout, you increase the number of people you campaign, obviously, but what you had mentioned before, you register more people. I just happen to, maybe I'm way off, and maybe I'm going to wake up on the Wednesday after Election Day, and we're going to live in a fascist state, and I'm going to be, and everybody's going to buzz me and go, "Told you," and I'll eat all of it because I'll end up being wrong. But there's a reason for this that I can't quite see yet. And maybe it's just the lack of focus that most people have before Labor Day on an election like this. But it just seems to me that there was when we were watching along with you on, free plugs all over the show today for PCN.
Yeah.
But I just, we were watching this and we were just jaw dropping watching this, slow motion train wreck and thinking and just kind of taking it in. And I just turned to Kristin at one point and said, what? This all seems very desperate to me. And I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm not
No,
saying
I mean,
I'm right.
you very much may be right, and I mean there has to be some sort of desperation to want to change the Constitution to force minority rule over a state of 12.6 million people, right? There has to be some kind of desperation there, and I just want to give I tend to work nonpartisan, but for someone who has criticized these Democrats in the House in the past for not fighting for us on certain issues, I want to say that what I saw was a crap ton of fight, and it was moving, and it made me want to work harder and help realize that I got to do my own part as well when it comes time to this, both when I'm off the clock, but also how important these House races are. We actually have an opportunity this year, this cycle, to do something about what we saw in that chamber on Friday night, and so
Nick, you mentioned some Republican friends that are bought that seem to hold enough of their what used to be the Republican Party to say, and I think there's actually a good number of Republicans who feel this way, that I kind of feel this way. I wish no woman ever had to face a decision of having to have an abortion or not. The idea of the procedure bothers me. But it's also none of my effing business. And God knows the government has no business to tell Kristin or Jenna or anybody else what to do. Do you think that group of Republicans, and there is such a group, they're like, look, we hate the idea of abortion, but it's not my business to tell you anything. That's not freedom, is it? But do you think that same group was watching Friday night going, oh, wait, what? We're turning microphones off? We're escorting people out of the chamber? Wait, what? I mean, or do you think they're like, yeah, go get him, you shut that guy down? It would seem to me that might be the same group of people.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's definitely a subset of folks who were watching it. The question is, how many people were watching that, right? What happens within these next couple of months is going to be very important, because if it's one thing I've come across in my line of work a lot, and I'm sure you all can talk about this too, is that people have no idea what happens in that chamber. They don't have any idea how dysfunctional our democracy in Pennsylvania has been for the last 20 plus years, with this majority caucus acting the way it is. I was seeing some interesting stats being tweeted out by Fair Districts. I'll give them a shout out on this for the excellent work that they do on how ineffective our legislature is compared to other legislatures, in general, which could speak to that desperation. What am I going to go tell my constituents I did this session? Which ends at the end of the year. And Jenna's actually talked about this in a campaign you ran back in the day, when we talk about, Majority Leader Benninghoff and in particular having, what was his passage rate, like 3% or something ridiculous?
Something absurd,
yes, of bills that he actually was involved in and helped get passed, right? So I do think there's a subset of that, but how do we get this on the other folks' attention as well?
Yeah, and I think too, a big part of the problem is most people don't vote for their state rep based on their voting record. I mean, like, not only do they not watch the sessions and not pay attention to what's happening. Like they don't care when you tell them. Like I mean, and maybe this will be a little bit different now given everything that's happened. But in 2018, I ran the state house race, for the Democrat who ran against Carrie Benninghoff. And we're knocking on the doors of Democrats. And, we're like, you're a Democrat. Kerry voted against, he was voted against the minimum wage. He's voted against all of these things. So you care about these things. And you're like, oh, well, yeah, but, it's always, well, yeah, but, and it's the insert story about their grandma's Social Security check that he helped them get, or somebody's driver's license was suspended and he, helped expedite the process to get it back. Or
is this the idea that the approval rating of Congress is about 12%, but not my guy? I love him.
Yeah, well, and it's state reps. Like if you're good at constituent services, is all that matters. You can stay a state rep forever.
You're
as
going to the
long
same
as
churches.
whenever your constituents call your office with something, you help them with it, they're going to keep voting for you. And it doesn't matter what you do in Harrisburg.
It is worth noting that we see something vastly different today in Gary's district. We are seeing folks, because we know that.
Well,
probably not vastly different.
Yeah, I would say vast I mean,
that's a powerful word, Nick.
Well, especially because his district is much different now.
Right.
It's a much different district now, just entirely. But so the thing that I find interesting is that the guy who's running against Kerry this time, and even though it's a much more red district, shout out to Robert Ziegler, he is a working class. He's a working class person, and he can paint Kerry as this out of touch establishment guy. So he actually kind of has like this strange appeal with Mastriano voters, because like they kind of see him as that outsider insurgent guy. So in Kerry's district now is like mostly new to him. He's never had like Lewistown, for example, in Mifflin County. They don't know who Kerry Benninghoff is at all. And so it's a kind of a unique opportunity for a working class candidate like Robert to go in there with the right messaging and maybe swing some people. But we'll see.
We've had Robert on the program, actually, and we will be having him back before Election Day. Nice chance for me to mention, I was going to mention at the end of the show, as you continue to pay attention to the home group Facebook page of the program, that other side of information, I will be putting up an announcement. Have, I think, 2, maybe 3 more shows sort of planned out, and I want to open up the rest of the summer right up to Election Day for candidates. I'll take 10 of you at one time. Don't care. Candidates. Everything, all this deliciousness that you see on your screen right now is all yours. That one of these little boxes can be yours. I have to just quickly, I'll let Kristin ask the next question, but I got elected to the state committee, Pennsylvania State Democratic Committee, and just, I don't know why I'm thinking of this, but I'm just kind of, as soon as I said boxes, it made me think of this. I was walking around, there was a lot of us actually walking around going, you are, oh yeah, now we know you. I'm like, oh yeah, now we, like, seeing whole people head to toe and going, oh, I don't know. And then you put a box around their face, like, oh, it's you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then we knew each other again. I mean, it was happening everywhere. I must have done it for like 12 people because I'm crap with names. But that's a whole different topic. Go ahead.
So I was going to kind of return to something because you have both talked about the appeal that candidates like Trump and Mastriano have had is that they campaign as anti-establishment. And Trump, for example, even went as far as to say in 2016 that he was completely self-funding, which was complete lie, but the crowd loved it. And I've thought about that a lot, and I think that's part of the challenge here is how to break that down for people, for average people who don't sit around watching 3 hours of CNN. That is a veneer and it is a lie, and that Mastriano does have some very wealthy, well-connected donors. He's not just this little guy from Franklin County who woke up one day and said, "Hey, I think I might run for governor." So how do you think you break through that veneer, that perception that they have, that people such as Mastriano have crafted for themselves, that they are just like you, that they are completely legitimate, and what you see is what you get. They're self-funding. They're for the working class. They're not beholden to anybody else. How do you think we effectively break through that veneer? Because I think that's a messaging challenge that we quite haven't figured out yet.
I have thoughts on that. So first off, it's a difficult question for Pennsylvania as a whole, right? We have to recognize that Pennsylvania is really just, much like our country, is really just a bunch of smaller states smashed into one that occupy the same Commonwealth geographical area. And so some of the things that while we say yins on the western part of the state and we say yous on the eastern part of the state, Steelers versus Philadelphia, all that stuff exists, and there are differences in culture and differences of what matters to the people in the part of the state that we're talking about. And so in some parts of the state, when we talk about Mastriano, what's going to matter is painting him as lying and being out of touch and being this person who actually has ties to donors, and that may resonate with folks in more well-educated areas that care about that and don't. But I feel like, and I'm just going by statistics here, anyone who's watching, okay, no offense intended. but I feel like when we think about how to talk to folks out in these areas, what I've seen work is race class narrative. And I'm going to give a shout out to Penn Garvin and the Hub for Progress and some of the Action Together NEPA stuff that's been happening around RCN in Pennsylvania. But I think that's the key. And just a quick history on race class narrative. It was, and I'm sure I'm missing a ton of it because I'm still a student myself. But it was largely founded by the folks who came create the Netflix documentary 13th to talk about the evolution of slavery into our current criminal justice system, and it focuses on the populist message that Trump actually had nailed down so well, and that Mastriano has. But one where we talk about issues that we all have at the same time, we equate it across different parts of the geography together, and then we put together a common solution. And we stay away from certain issues that are hot button. Now, let me repeat that so I can explain it to a 2-year-old, okay, or a second grader. Basically, all right, what we don't do very well is we do not talk about the world we are trying to create. Mastriano's out here talking about bringing back the paradise from Revelations, all right, from Genesis. He's talking about coming back to Eden through some kind of series of end of the world stuff. Let's not pretend like that's not what he's out there saying, okay? But what he's creating a shared vision of the world that they want to live in, and we don't do it very much of that on our side of the aisle as all, or our side of the issues at all. We talk a lot about the things that we are against, okay? We don't want to lose the right to abortion, but let's talk about really what a world we create where abortion is safe and accessible for everyone. What does that look like? And let's start from that vision, right? And then talk to these folks about the family values that are inherent in their community, if that's something that they care about, from that lens and from that starting place. Another piece is that all this messaging from the opposition is always focused on dividing folks. Let's take care of the people of coal region, Pennsylvania. Screw those people in Philadelphia or in the cities, like Reading or whatever. And we know that that's all coded language that for different races. And that's where the race part of the race class narrative comes in, recognizing and making sure that this tie to the issues that are important to them in Armstrong County, or a county or Butler County, which I know has had some financial struggles recently, or Mifflin County, one of the poorest counties in the state, and are very similar to some of the issues in parts of Philadelphia or parts of Reading or some parts of Luzerne and Lackawanna. And when we make that very clear in our messaging and the way we talk about this, then we start to kind of counterbalance some of this division that folks like Mastriano create in their own messaging. And I'd love to see more of that. I think that's how we talk to the folks. I mean, now it may not work in too many cases, in some cases, because of these hot button issues, right? Like abortion is framed as an issue of religion in a lot of these circumstances, which makes it very difficult to talk about. But in areas where that is the case, there are plenty of other issues that are important to the people of, say Armstrong County, that are also important to people of Philadelphia that we can uplift instead. The whole home repairs bill is a really good example of that, actually.
Yeah,
You want to talk about a progressive win in this most recent budget here.
absolutely. The,
It's
you
a
know, yeah.
fantastic bill.
I think it's, Democrats typically have, I mean, they have a messaging problem. And, I think that they've never done a good job of tailoring their message to, and, speaking to different audiences in different ways. Like they talk to everybody like the way that like you should have a PhD, right? Like they're talking to people with PhDs typically, and there's we're not very good at simplifying things. And I think that's a huge barrier when we live in a country where you have to literally go into debt for the rest of your life just to try and get a college education. We want to be the party of working class values, but we don't talk like we're talking to working class people most of the time. I think that we talk like we're talking to people with college degrees and PhDs. And I mean, and then not that it requires even like that much tweaking. It's just, being able to simplify the message is something that Republicans have been like really, really good at. Like you say abortion, or you say Planned Parenthood, and you automatically think abortion. And that's really because of the way that Republicans have messaged about abortion for all of these years. It's like majority of what Planned Parenthood does isn't even abortion. They're out here giving out birth control and doing, cancer screenings and things like that. But whenever you say Planned Parenthood, most people automatically think abortion. And that's because they've like nailed down this like real simple messaging of, that Democrats just can't seem to quite figure out. I think John Fetterman, though, somebody who's messaging right for Pennsylvania. I think right now it's just, I've been having a great time looking at John Fetterman's social media and columns right now. I mean, that's been, I mean, and I know doesn't work the same. It's Dr. Oz, and he's an easy target, but I think that John Fetterman is doing exactly what he needs to do to beat Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania, which is just call him a carpetbagger every chance he gets. And I was like, as long as he can do that, I think it'll be fine. And he's done that. And it's just been incredible.
If anyone from FET's communications team is watching this, y'all are fired. Keep it up.
And it's not just the trolling of Dr. Oz either. Like, I do want to be clear about that. Like, he's not just trolling Dr. Oz. It's trolling and, like he's doing a very good job of not only trolling the shit out of Dr. Oz, but also being clear about where he stands on the issues and being very boldly progressive about it.
I will say that Pennsylvania, I'm sorry, Kristin. I will say Pennsylvania don't like a carpetbagger. And so I think that in this situation, it's okay to forego RCN narrative. Sorry.
Why do you suppose it's been so difficult to do that? One of the hats I wear is I do work with candidates, and I hope to continue to do so on a different and grander scale. Why do you think it's been so difficult for candidates to do that? I often use the analogy of the debate stage because it's something that people can picture. Two lecterns up on a stage, table in front of you, a little bit of a crowd, and the ability for for us as Democrats to look to our right, because of course they'd be on our right, and say, and just kind of say in a calm and collected voice, because I think that's one of the, when you talk about Mr. Fetterman, it's one of the things, he's not out there ranting and raving and screaming and lighting things on fire. He's just kind of saying, okay, well, you're lying about that. That's just a lie, what you just said. It's a lie. It's factually incorrect, and it's not what you have believed in the past. I don't understand, and then break in, so first section, you're lying here. You're lying. And say the word, too. You're not being dismissive, you're not obfuscating, you're not being untrue. Okay, you're lying to these people. Second thing, here's what you really said. Third thing, here's how you voted for. Fourth thing, let me tell you the truth now. And then to sum it up with, I don't know why person X feels that they have to lie to you to continue to get reelected. Something's wrong with that. We're missing something. That's a very simple value, that you don't lie to people. You're being lied to, and you deserve better than that. You're better people than that, than to just sit there and take that. It seems to me that it's a relatively simple formula. So why is it so difficult?
You know, I think at one point that would have, you know, we could say that, yeah, that's the reasonable approach, but like we've somehow reached a point where like the facts don't matter to a lot of these people who are like really gung-ho. Like I was talking to my state rep Scott Conklin about this, because he's fielding calls from people here in Center County about like the election audit stuff is a perfect example. He's a former county commissioner. So he's like, I was the chair of the Center County Election Board for X number of years. Let me explain to you exactly how this works. Like, there's a Republican and a Democrat at each precinct. They stay with the ballots. They both bring the ballots to the county elections office, a Republican and a Democrat, every single time. Like, it's all, and goes through and explains the whole process and how the county counts the votes, and the whole thing. And the end of it, the person's just like, that's not true. It's like, okay. Like, I guess it's not true that, but like that's where we're at, is that these people literally, you can put the facts right in front of them and they'll just say, nah, fake news, and continue to believe whatever lie they've been spoon-fed that suits their already preconceived narrative of what they wanted to believe to begin with.
A lot of that's based on a caricature of what a Democrat is, that is proliferate out here. And I think that part of the reason why it's been difficult is because of the way the facts are packaged, right? We talk about presenting the brownie or the ingredients. When you're in a store and you are going to go buy a delicious brownie mix to make some brownies later on, when I got the munchies, I'm going to go based on what the picture of the package looks like, not based on what's in the ingredients in the background. And most people are going to be the same. And so when we spend a lot of time when we're talking about messaging out here, and we get caught into basically portraying this caricature that Republican voters have of what a Democrat is, then it's difficult to break out of that. And so the idea is, in my mind anyway, is to short circuit that with that shared value and the vision of the world we want to create. Now, this is all newer stuff. I dare say we don't have a lot of candidates who have been trained in how to do this, and that's why there's so many groups out there desperate to get this in the candidates' hands. And so hoping that what we can see is a shift to using this type of messaging, and maybe we can see over the next 2 to 4 years what kind of effect it has. But some folks would say that the fact that Pennsylvania didn't slide as far back in 2018 as many other states did was evidence that some of this common ground can be reached. It just wasn't as bad in that midterm election. And I think, again, I'm bullish on this. I think that we get out into the communities, they're doing our job for us by genning up these folks. And we talk to people on a level that makes sense to them about issues that make sense to them, and not about, gun control, not about race class narrative, or I'm sorry, critical race theory in our schools. And we spend less time debunking myths and more time just showing that we are different than what the myths make us out to be. Then we might have a different result in this year.
Jenna, is criminal justice reform one of those common values, or is it still a bit more in the controversy end?
So it's interesting. It's still kind of hit or miss, but I find that whenever, like, when you actually talk to people about the issues, you get a much different reaction. And particularly with the opioid epidemic that has just like absolutely gobsmacked rural Pennsylvania. And now the meth is that's like a whole other thing, but it's gotten really bad. And so it's like gotten to a point where like pretty much everybody has been, between that and like DUIs, like everybody's been affected by the criminal justice system at some point in some way, whether it was themselves or a family member or whatever, a friend. Everybody knows somebody. And so we're kind of like reaching this point where it's like on the surface, some of these people are like, oh yeah, they broke the law, lock them up. But when you actually start talking to them about it, and you start talking about like their family member, they don't feel that way about their family member, right? So like you can start to break through that, but that work has to be done, and that work hasn't traditionally been done, right? Like criminal justice reform, even still in Pennsylvania, is still like pretty much focused in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. There's not a ton of organizations in other parts of the state doing work. There's some, and we're working on that. But yeah, I think that on the surface, it's still can be a dividing issue, but we just got to get out there and talk to people. That's really what it comes down to, because everybody, there's almost nobody that can't relate in some way when you start talking to them.
How about, if I can transition slightly, the budget's an exceptionally complex thing. There's a lot of little lines in there, and there's a lot of implication. There's a lot of, we decide to fund things, but we actively decide not to fund things. In something that complex, is how can you pluck things out of a budget to find common ground with people? When I tell Republicans that the Commonwealth yearly hands over $3 billion to the fossil fuel industry for no reason, free money, here you go. I'm going to talk about carpetbagger. That's a big bag of carpet.
Yep.
And we just hand it to them for free. I don't care what political persuasion you are, people get pissed about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So the budget itself is it's long, it's got a lot of detail in it, it's real, it might as well be written in Shakespearean, it's a whole thing. Are there items in something that vast and that complex that we can go to to everybody really, and do the did you know question? Did you know this? You're angry about this. Well, did you know?
Oh yeah.
You don't have money for X, Y. That's why I use the fossil fuel money all the time. We're not getting enough money for this. Well, why are we handing $3 billion to the oil companies?
Why are we giving a third of the entire budget to the Department of Corrections? 1/3 of the entire budget. I'm not even exaggerating. goes to the Department of Corrections. Why? What are we doing with it there? They're not correcting anybody.
Well, that's why I asked you if you thought that this was a bridge building topic, because I do think people that consider themselves law and order type people still don't think that jails should be generating profit.
Yeah.
And I think that even if I do think there's, maybe I'm overly optimistic, maybe I'm just flat out wrong, but I think there's people in our most rural counties who think that if a young black kid in Philadelphia has, well, I realize Larry Krasner, it's about, I'm just using an example. Let's say Allentown, and the hell of it, I'll say Allentown, has, I need a microscope to find the piece of pot he has in his pocket, and could go away till he's in his 40s. I think most people think that's wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have a felony for selling an eighth of pot in here, in Center County. And actually in Center County in 2017, basically the Republicans backed the Democratic challenger to the Democratic DA, who was absolutely terrible. So it was a whole thing. So it definitely can be a cross-party issue, and especially when you start talking about the cost to inquire. If you can't get somebody on a just this is wrong argument, you can get them on it just costs too much money. And like personally, like I don't really care how they get to it. Like sure, I'd prefer that for them to care about human rights, but that's not really the world we live in. So sometimes it really is just explaining that it would cost us less money to get these people help than it does to incarcerate them. I mean, I think we're spending like something like $40,000 a year per state prison inmate, something like that. I mean, and we have 50,000 state prison inmates. So, not only why do we have that many, but why are we spending so much money on this? What good is it actually doing for society? There's no evidence to suggest that it's making our communities any safer. In fact, it's quite the opposite. So why are we still spending all of our money on this? It makes no sense.
Nor is it really equal. I mean, you just explained your story. I went to college with someone who was arrested while we were in college selling several ounces. Far more, but was lucky enough that their dad was a golf buddy of the judge who was hearing their case, was an attorney and also happened to know the DA, and so they got probation, had to wear the ankle bracelet for a while, but it didn't stop them from going to law school, graduating from law school, getting a good job with a law firm, and moving forward with their life. So the system's not even equitable. Do you find that people connect with that, or that it's more individual, that they have to have a personal experience to understand that inequity?
I think a lot of people have to. It depends. I don't know. I think a lot of people do have to have that like personal experience, like know someone it happened to. Though there are a lot of people when you tell them something like that, like especially when it comes to marijuana, at this point in time, like who even thinks pot should be illegal anymore? Like it's like, so it's like particularly like you can particularly get people with that. I mean, I think you can definitely get some people with the like, just the inequity of like, if this person was rich, this wouldn't happen. Because like, if I weren't, if I could have afforded a lawyer, that would have happened to me. Like I wouldn't have gotten that. I wouldn't have had that felony. And so like that was like the whole thing was like I couldn't afford I couldn't afford a lawyer, and I definitely couldn't afford a lawyer that knows the judge. Like that's like a really, really good lawyer.
That's a premium rate.
You know, like that's an expensive lawyer, the ones that golf with the judges, you know. So it really is. And but again, it's just like if people don't have a personal experience with it at all, then like the you know, it can be kind of harder to break through, because like it seems like people like need to be able to relate it to themselves in some way, like they need to, or maybe even like see it as like, you know, somebody who sometimes, like, you know, me particularly being a white woman who you know, has had this happen to me, like me going and talking to a Republican legislator about getting a felony as, you know, a young 20-year-old for selling just an eighth of pot versus like, you know, a Black person from Philadelphia going to a Republican legislator and having that same conversation. Like, yeah, it's that, you know, so like it depends. It's not just the message, it's the messenger as well. And kind of like knowing who the best messenger is for whoever your audience is.
I mean, no disrespect, but I've thrown your names out when I've gotten in trouble. It's got me. I'm just saying. I just.
Trust it.
It has not helped me at all.
They don't like us very much
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, no, you won't be doing yourself any favors there.
Hey, this may not be the cleanest analogy. I seem to be really knee deep in sloppy analogies tonight, but I'm reminded when we talk about the amount of money that we spend on prisons inside the Commonwealth of the way Finland solved homelessness.
Mm.
And what they did is, my description is a tiny bit oversimplistic, but it's not drastically oversimplistic. They quite literally made a T-chart. You know, the old T-chart, pros on one side, cons on the other. How many abandoned properties do we have here in Finland? This many. How many homeless people do we have? This many. Oh, well, that's close, isn't it? What would it cost to rehab those properties? This. What does it cost that we're helping these homeless people? Oh. So what did they do? Confiscated, took control of the abandoned properties, took the unsheltered, put them in them, and said, we're going to teach you how to fix this house. You're going to learn electricity, you're going to learn to deal with electricity, plumbing, drywall, and when we're done, that's yours. And there is now effectively no homeless problem in Finland.
Yep.
So again, not a completely clean analogy. My guess is that the answer to the problem is the profit motive. Jumping to the end of the story, why do you suppose we haven't done that in the Commonwealth? And maybe not even just with prisons. We have this many prisoners, it's costing this much, where we could do this that costs this much, and at the end have a completely different result. And I suppose we could talk about that really from both of you as far as the criminal justice system, but also why aren't we doing that with the unsheltered? Why aren't we doing that with housing in rural areas? Why aren't we doing that with
Socialism?
We have this many people we have this many union members that are out of work and think the only thing they can do with their whole lives is weld a gas pipeline, but schools still have lead.
Yep.
It seems to me that this is the simple good old T-chart could solve a lot of problems in our Commonwealth. Am I wrong? Am I just
You're
living
right,
in a
but
fantasy world?
way more complex than that. And I can get pretty wonky on this if you want me to. I mean, yes, and just to note, we had $12 billion surplus in our budget this year, which is a record by I think 10 times or 12 times almost.
And before we go, though, where does that come from? Tell
that
folks
budget surplus
where that money came from.
Came from American Rescue Plan dollars and federal relief funding that came from both Trump and Presidents Trump and Biden. But a lot of it came from the Commonwealth receiving far more tax revenue than expected. Our recovery as a country and as a Commonwealth was extremely fast and much faster than anyone expected, and thus we collected far more money, we made far more money, and then that's what it ended up being, and part of the reason that happened is because of this idea that the budget is this huge thing that we can kind of plug in and take things out of at will. 99% of the budget in Pennsylvania is the same thing year after year after year. That's why you only ever hear about one or two issues coming up when we talk about what's in the budget, because that's the only thing that changes. And so it's like trying to move this huge creature that you know that has all these intricate pieces in a direction to make that kind of systemic change. While I'm all for it, it wouldn't be able to happen kind of overnight. And a large part of the reason for that is because Pennsylvania's budget is based on programming. Like we don't fund departments, we fund programs, and then the departments that work on those programs get the money. And so our budget is essentially built on program after program after program after program after program, some of which are basically untouchable, like the $200 million Racehorse Development Fund that we get every year, which is, by the way, way more money than we put into housing in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And we've got to fight tooth and nail to get any sort of similar investments in schools. We were able to this year. We're seeing an historic investment in schools in this budget. But the Racehorse Development Fund, by the way, $200 million a year, and it goes to racehorse winnings. So the Racehorse Development Fund, $200 million a year, goes towards the prize purses for people who win racehorse races in Pennsylvania, or own those horses that win races in Pennsylvania. So the short answer is that based on the way the budget is created, and that there's very little political appetite in the state legislature to address wholesale sweeping changes on the budget on a year by year basis, any type of huge program like that, where we would then reappropriate funding from the criminal justice system or from our extensive and bloated state prison network towards housing initiatives, would be decried as socialism, and would just be a whole lot of work and process in order to create. We would need a whole lot of willpower for that to happen. And I mean, I actually think that willpower could be built, but we're talking probably a 10 or 15 year campaign for that. So
7:31 Eastern Time, bottom of the hour reset of the program. This is the Kennedy Effect, and we are live with you for the 10th of July, 2022. If you have missed any of this current program airing in front of you, shame on you. I would like a written explanation sent to me as soon as humanly possible. It will be reviewed, graded, and then shredded for your security. I would like to know why you missed any of it. But if you did miss any of it, you can go to our YouTube channel after we are all wrapped up, and after George does his transformational magic and turns it from one type of video into another, something I completely do not understand. You can go to our YouTube channel, also called That Other Side of Information. You can watch all of our past programs there, from program number 1 all the way up to tonight. You can find us on our YouTube channel. For the 100 plus places we have been shared across Facebook, thank you to each and every single one of you. We could not be here if you are not there. Thank you for being there. Come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. Drop your comments, questions, agreements, disagreements in there, and join with us. Hot101.net, name is our website, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn radio app. And you can also tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. And TCP, the Cultured Professional from Lancaster, the morning show returns tomorrow morning. It'll still be really great even without me on. Let me ask you a series of questions that I think might be quick, and I hope I remembered all of them. If 99% of the budget is basically set from year to year to year to year, then why did it take so long, and why was it late?
great question. Let me amend that. Let's say 90% of the budget. Okay. The $12 billion in excess spending is part of the reason, or I shouldn't say spending, of surplus. They actually touched very little of that money in this budget. Is partly the reason why we spent the entire summer and spring and the entirety of last year talking about this budget surplus and all the great things we can do with it. And so I like to think that the reason it took so long is because Governor Wolf held out on a budget that didn't include some landmark items. I'm not happy with the budget overall, but there were some wins in the budget. We can talk about those more in a moment if you'd like. But I think that's why, is because there was some back and forth. First off, let me also say that it didn't have to be this way. I'm trying to talk about the budget, as I mentioned, since the budget process actually started as soon as the budget was signed 2 days ago. The budget process for next year started. Okay, and so right now, and in the beginning of the fall, Governor Wolf is going to start working on the budget from his executive position there, and then he will present it to the legislature in December or November, December of this coming year, and then they will start debating it internally. This majority party refused to do anything around the budget until the very last minute, and then, as those of us who know that it was given to the House members to pass, and then the whole amendment thing happened, the constitutional amendment right afterwards. And so it would seem to have been held until the last minute for that reason. I heard a story from within the Capitol that we were looking at a potential a much larger investment in I read I think it was a Stephen Caruso article that said that there was a deal made for education that's much larger than what we saw in this budget, but that it fell apart at the last minute because there were House Republicans who were concerned with the spending in the plan. And so part of that was, that we wanted to give too much money to schools. Mind you, even with an historic investment in schools that we see in this current budget, our schools are still way underfunded, and we still have a lot of work to do to make sure that our students are getting adequate education. But that's why. Sorry for the long answer.
Is there any time limit on? So you mentioned this big wallet full of $12 billion. Would I be correct in saying the preponderance of that 12 billion came from the federal government?
So not actually the majority of it, but still literal billions of dollars came.
Is there a time limit on when those billions have to be spent before they have to be returned?
Yes, we have till the
so
end
is
of
the object. Do you think the object then for the current majority is to somehow return that money and as some sort of like political stand, the way some Confederate states have refused to expand Medicare or Medicaid, I mean, or do they think that are they holding it in the hopes and or plans that they'll win the governorship and retain both chambers, and then they will spend it or probably hand it to whomever paid for them to stay in power?
We've seen. Okay, that's a multifaceted question. Here, I have an answer for you. The short answer is yes, but let me get a little more detail in there. Last year the budget surplus was much smaller. Okay, I want to say like $7 billion, which is still billions with a B, more money than I can ever even fathom in my life. And my staff and I went around the Commonwealth talking to legislators about this money, Republican legislators. We tried to get a meeting with Representative Todd Stevens at his office, but we were only able to talk to his office manager instead. And we asked her, did Representative Stevens have any plans on spending this money? His office manager told me to my face that no. The reason why they were hesitant to spend the budget surplus money last year, and which is the same as this year, is because, as according to this woman anyway at that point in time, because they didn't want to win the governor's race and put their governor in the same place that Tom Corbett found himself in when he was as a governor, and then was forced to cut or take money away from schools. So they're hoping to use the budget surplus for what it's not designed to do, which is fill in budget surplus and surplus or shortfalls in the future, so they don't have to raise taxes, which is ultimately their goal. And mind you, they have to, because they just passed a corporate tax cut in this budget. They'll end up costing us billions of dollars a year within the next 5 years. So they're saving the money to pay for future bills for their homies.
By the way, Governor Corbett was not forced to cut education spending; he chose.
Yes, I was sorry. I'm just using his words.
There was absolutely no way that it was, and I wasn't even living in Pennsylvania then, but I was following it. I knew the rough numbers there. That was a quick first target. It always is. because we know that education is the great equalizer. It's the one thing. It might be the last thing through which someone can still achieve the quote-unquote American dream. And so let's rip that away from as many people as we can, because we need low-paid, low-skilled drone workers for the somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 30 or 40 million square feet of warehousing that we have here just in the Lehigh Valley.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
let's be honest about that. So I had a feeling that that's what it was, that they were just going to hold it until they got in power and then give it away. And give it away in the form of either more tax cuts or more just direct, here's a free X million of dollars so you can build yet another luxury apartment high rise in fill in the blank town
Mind you,
that no one could ever afford, really.
they're telling their constituency that they're going to give the money back. That's what I hear. At least I've had that bandied about at me on social media by people who support them. Is we should give the money back. And I'm like, okay, tell yourself that. They're not giving that money back. It's going into someone's pocket, not back to the federal government.
Well, tell me about this corporate tax cut, because God, I just woke up this morning. I shouldn't even say that. I was laying in bed last night, unable to sleep, thinking to myself, gosh, if only corporations could pay less taxes. No doubt with all of that savings that they would create, gosh, probably thousands of jobs. And those jobs would be really well paying, and goodness knows they would be unionized. So tell me about this wonderful, wonderful pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that is yet another corporate tax cut in our fair Commonwealth.
Allow me to set the stage. So, Pennsylvania does have one of the highest corporate net income tax rates in the country, but we've got a couple of glaring loopholes within our corporate tax structure that make it so that highest corporate tax rate really only falls on corporations that operate solely in Pennsylvania. When you think about corporations, though, what do you think about? You think about Walmart, you think about your Target, you think about these corporations that are multinational or operate in multiple states. The problem with Pennsylvania's corporate tax code is that we have a loophole that some folks may have heard of, the Delaware loophole, or the Cayman Island loophole is also one that exists, where these larger corporations that operate in the state, which is a large percentage of the corporations in the state, 73% of corporations in operation in Pennsylvania, are able to show a loss in Pennsylvania and a profit in another state like Delaware, and then thus avoid paying any kind of corporate taxes to Pennsylvania. And so they sold this corporate tax cut as a way to bring down the tax rates of Pennsylvania corporations, which it absolutely would do and it's a good thing. The issue is they did not close the loopholes within our corporate tax structure that would then make Walmart and Target and some of these other and Comcast, some of these other larger corporations pay taxes in Pennsylvania. So the corporate tax cut's going to end up costing us in some real numbers about $240 million a year. By the end of 8 years, that loss annually will grow to $2.5 billion in lost taxes and lost potential corporate taxes in a year. And so we are going to start, losing a lot of money. Now, mind you, the authors of this tax cut touted it. We're saying, look, we are responsible fiscally. We put $2.5 billion in a rainy day fund from our budget surplus last year. Look at what we did. This corporate tax cut is going to end up costing that much money and more in as soon as 8 years, as soon as 2 presidential election cycles, if I can put it that way to make it seem a little more sense. And then, there were good things in the budget as well. We do see a small child tax credit, which is like $24 million. But again, this corporate tax cut's going to end up costing us $2.5 billion a year. And they gave us some pennies in exchange. So.
Yeah, what? I feel like I'm cutting you out. No, I feel like I'm cutting you out. I wanted to give you that.
I feel like I was dealing with a cat that decided
Kristin
to
tried
chew
to
on
get-
a power cord, so I had to keep him out of
He
here.
chewed
So
on a
it's-
power?
Well, he was playing.
Kristin tried to get the cat on camera and then he freaked out.
Uh,
You might have been. You might have a few minutes ago, folks.
He was crying.
Folks
in the
all around the
background,
world,
so
you may have been able to hear him. He was out in the hall having a wailing fit because we're not petting or paying attention to him. So she tried to bring him in, and then he kind of lost it. But what are the good things in this budget? Because we never tend to hear what the good things are. I've seen quite a number of representatives, touting the additional education money that's coming. There hasn't, unless I have missed it, and I'm human, very well could have, there doesn't seem to be a very good description as to whether that money, all this additional education money, is now yearly, or is it a one-time gift, congratulations, enjoy it, and then figure it out next year. There are still, even with this increased education money, my own school district, where we live here, increased taxes by 2.3%. Allentown again is going to raise taxes. How you raise school taxes in a district that is quite literally in the red that takes a lot of stones, let me just say. Easton has raised taxes. So it's a good thing, yes. Is it yearly? And is it really a good thing? Or is it a Band-Aid? Is it a Band-Aid on an amputation?
Let me preface by saying that there are some parts of it, because we just got this on Friday, that I haven't had a chance to look at yet. I haven't been back in the office. So I may have to tell you, let me get back to you with an answer to some of your questions, right? That being said, we did see a huge additional spending in K-12 education. Just pulling up my notes here. That is $850 million in new funding for K-12 education. Now, $525 million was added to the basic education fund. I believe this is a yearly increase. $225 million was an extra supplement, so that'd be one time this year for the Level Up program, which sends that money to 100 most underfunded school districts in the state. We did see $100 million in new special education funding as well, which I think is yearly. Now, again, we'll probably have to fight for this to be in the budget next year, depending on who's in the governor's office. So this is part of that 10% churn that we see every year in the budget. Usually education, much to your point earlier, Jeff, that it's always.
I know that the Commonwealth is roughly, 47th, I think it is, in education spending, 46, 47.
Right.
voices.
Does this bring us out of the dark ages? Does this bring us out of the bottom? Did we move all the way up to 45, or are we right exactly where we always
I'm gonna
are?
have to see. I'm not sure that any updated stats on that would compare our budget to other states' budgets to see what that kind of spending looks like has happened yet. But I will have that information by the end of the summer. We'll be incorporating that in a presentation we do on education spending. But I will say that $850 million does not pull us out of being in the bottom quarter of the United States in education funding. We would need far more than that. It's actually less than half of what the governor asked for, and then I believe that would mean maybe a quarter of what Senator Hughes asked for, which would have gotten us damn close to some of those getting out of those dregs of the United States as far as education funding goes.
Before Kristin asks, before I turn it over to her, let me ask a more broad question. And I'm not doing a very good job of drawing a nice straight line in my questioning, but when we talk about the amount of money, with Jenna sitting next to you, we spend more money on prisons than education. The $850 million notwithstanding, we spend more on prisons than education. And taking into account what you had mentioned about the way that the budget is structured, you fund a program and then the program gets assigned to the proper department, etc. And that 90% probably, give or take, 90% of the budget is basically set in stone, and we argue over the other 10%. Is this budget, one of the most wise things Speaker Pelosi ever said is that a budget is a statement of your priorities. Is this budget representative of Pennsylvania?
I was trying to see if I could find a number for you on the DOC's budget for this year. because I actually, that's a figure I haven't looked at. I can tell you without looking it up that it dwarfs the 850 million I was just talking about for the education. If our budget in Pennsylvania is a moral document or a statement of our priorities, and our priorities in this Commonwealth are corporate welfare, prison industrial complex, and
That's about it.
tax gifts or untaxed and unregulated gifts for our legislators in Harrisburg.
Well, let me ask you that. So what? This might be more of an existential question, and maybe arguably not even a fair one. Who does this budget represent? Does it represent the dozen or so Republicans in the legislature who actually hold all the power? Does it represent the governor? Does it represent them both? Does it represent residents like you and I? Does it? What does Pennsylvania's budget say? What is it? Who does it represent?
So this budget says to me, teed it up. I think you gave me, this is one of those where you gave me the answer in the question. No, this budget shows me more of what we saw in the legislature on Friday. Okay, there is a handful of Republicans that have grabbed control through committee leadership and fixing the rules in order to allow only their priorities to come up. We are seeing minority rule in Pennsylvania with this state budget and with the way our state legislature has been operating for the last 20 years. It's just being done right out in the open and very egregiously more and more each year as it becomes more apparent that it's difficult to stop them. This budget represents the corporate donors of a number of legislators who are key crafters of the pieces of this budget. This represents people. I mean, look, part of this budget is an expansion of the education improvement tax credit, which is a tax cut to private businesses who donate to private schools. And so that is not something that's for the people of Pennsylvania. It is for the people whose children go to those private schools and the lobbyists that make those private schools get, or that work on getting donations for those types of schools, and the special interest groups that essentially campaign and fundraise, I should say, for these legislators is who's running the state at this point in time.
This is, I don't always get a lot of cheers for this. I was born and raised in New Jersey before I moved back to the Lehigh Valley. Because, by the way, Phillipsburg, New Jersey is part of the Lehigh Valley. We don't let anything like a little river stop us from being part of the Lehigh Valley. But when I look across the river to my home state, I see a governor in his second term who's a billionaire in his own right. Goldman Sachs billionaire, by the way. In his own right, who in his first term ordered a Democratic majority legislature back into session to raise taxes on people like him and large corporations. A state that should be energy independent by 2050, and it's building a floating wind farm off of the shore. They won't even have to drill into the ocean floor. That has expanded pre-K statewide, just became a safe haven for women across the country seeking reproductive health services, including a refusal to extradite. And I've always felt like, well, let me throw in a couple other things. When I was living in New Jersey, I had surgery. Workman's compensation all worked through the state. I did everything online. I had everything done within a few days. It's privatized here. Unemployment was done through the state. There's a local firm that collects our local income tax on behalf of the township. It's privatized. I was never fully aware until I moved back here, because you just don't pay attention to that kind of stuff when you're a kid, about just how much of this Commonwealth is privatized, how much of everything that we do is privatized. There is an eagerness to privatize. Every function, every governmental function. Whereas I can still throw, we're 10 miles from the Jersey border here. So I guess I have a two-part question. Does this budget do anything to even hold flat, let alone reduce, the level of privatization of this Commonwealth? And for either of you, why do you think the Commonwealth, I might even include some, not all, a few, handful of Democratic legislators, why don't we learn anything from New Jersey?
I mean,
Did I stump everyone?
no.
Why don't we live?
My guess is the budget does nothing to stop this just
No,
insane privatization of just about everything. That
not at
if
all.
I somehow could pay a company, the fact that I don't have to pay a company the right to breathe yet is pretty shocking. I'm sure it's coming. But so I suppose I'm answering my own question. I assume the budget does nothing to stop this rabid privatization of just everything.
No, because that's the Republicans' ultimate goal. I mean, because with privatization, they actually have more control.
Yeah, and they catch under this myth of the free market. I mean, look, we know that the goal has been to get rich and minority rule over the majority of people in Pennsylvania. There, as long as this Republican Party, as it's currently constituted, is in the majority party in the state legislature, this is what we're going to get, more of the same. There's really only one way to stop this, and it's not winning the governor's race, but it's winning the state house and or the state senate in 2024, hopefully this year or 2024. I mean, it's, if anything, the governor's race is kind of a fallback. It's a last resort. It's our backstop. But we also, it's imperative that Democrats win the House if they want to see this system start to change, and then win the House with enough margin to not have one or two ambitious Dems or more of the conservative Dems holding things up in an effort to, create this false bipartisanship. I mean, I think that's the only way we're going to get to anywhere that does resemble that. I mean, it's interesting. When I was in high school in central Pennsylvania, in the late 90s, early 2000s, and we used to make fun of New Jersey, and now I'm considering moving there. So I won't, because there's a fight here. But maybe I'll be like Oz. And
Just use the address of the house farm. Just in relative. But
and mine is not to say that everything in New Jersey is perfect.
Yes.
It's not. It's absolutely not. The infrastructure could be better. Certainly the environment could continue to be cleaned up better. The inequities between the suburban, predominantly but not exclusively white districts and schooling could be more evened up with the urban. But, I mean, we were just in Jersey last night for a concert, and not to say that Kristin's never been to New Jersey before, God knows, but it is, when you're driving through, just sort of like, this is nice. It's nice here. And there is a different feeling in the air there. It's a little, you breathe a little easier. I'm not saying cleaner, I'm just saying I don't know if stress is the right word. I'm kind of groping for a word, but there's a
You're
just
returning home.
well, yeah, because I know where I'm going over there. I know where my roads go. But I mean, why? Maybe it's a bit more of an existential question. Like I said, maybe an unfair question. Why do you think, though, that we don't learn. Because during the pandemic, let's remember, Pennsylvania was part of that cooperative of states with Jersey and Delaware, and I think Maryland and New York and Connecticut. We, for once, thank God, we didn't look south. We looked north, and we entered that cooperative to buy PPE and so on and so on. Why do you think
But
we don't learn anything from these?
That wasn't the legislature. That was the
That was the
executive
governor.
branch. And now we're going to see a constitutional amendment question that would strip the governor of his ability to do that in the future. and so yeah, no, that's why.
Yeah, I mean, so I think one of the biggest problems with Pennsylvania and the way that things are right now comes down to decades of gerrymandering. There are more Democrats in the state of Pennsylvania. There used to be even more of them, actually. Like there used to be, they used to have a wider margin, but the Republicans have had control of the state legislature for what? I mean, how many years at this point? And until this year, the maps were so heavily gerrymandered in the Republicans' favor that they basically, they were cheating to win for so long. They have this majority. They're so used to just being able to do whatever they want that whenever we actually got a more fair map, it still favors Republicans. So it's like still favors them, but not enough. So they introduce a constitutional amendment to try and abolish the Legislative Reapportionment Commission. Because for the first time, they weren't allowed to cheat as much. Like he still did them favors and perfectly, gerrymandered Carrie Benninghoff's district for him so that he could stay in his district. And he basically flat out said it, that he did it for that reason, so that Carrie wouldn't have to, so the leaders wouldn't have to face too much of a challenge or whatever. But that wasn't cheating enough for them. Like, so, I don't, they just have been able to run amok. I've been able to go unchecked for so long and just do whatever they want. And that hasn't been the same situation in New Jersey.
I would totally agree with that, and to the detriment of their own party, because there's no internal check then. Within their own
I can
party.
giggle because I haven't punched my mic yet. I usually do it at least once.
But there's also I think it's also something that Nick spoke to earlier tonight, which is that we are kind of like a combination of states lumped into one state. My dad considers Philly home, and there is kind of a Philly mindset that doesn't really see anything outside of Philadelphia. The western side of PA is very different from the central part of PA. Even the northern tier is different from, central PA and south central PA. So there is also just kind of a mentality that seems to set into our politics that it's almost like this scarcity of resources. If my region wins, it's because another region loses, and if I lose, it's because another region won. So I think I feel like in New Jersey, and again, my experience in New Jersey is a little limited, but there's much more proximity, and there's much more proximity to people who are different than you. I was one of the few people growing up in the area where I grew up with the last name Volchansky. Everybody else was German. And there were times where it was just easier to use my mom's maiden name because it's easier just to fit in. So I think that plays into it too. And that was just a small thing. I can't imagine being one of the only 7 kids in my class who were Latino, or the one student in my class who was Asian. It would have been much rougher.
Nick, I know you're going to leave us.
Yeah.
I want to do with you the same thing I do with every guest. This is your first time here, so first off, there's not enough thanks that I have for you, especially to take time away from family. Even though the boss is sitting next to you, but to take time away from family on a Sunday evening, I'm eternally grateful for you to be here. Please, I beg you, let this not be the only time that you come and visit us. please know that the
Absolutely.
door to this program is open to you. If you have something important, even if it's only for a couple minutes that you think people need to hear, you are always, always welcome here. And I want to turn the floor over to you. Just step aside and let you have the floor. With if there's anything that we didn't get to, or any answer that you didn't feel we quite sussed out, how can people follow you, follow who you work for, communicate with you, learn from you? You know, just the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thanks for having me on the show. I promise you it will not be the last time. I'll make it a point to come out here and engage you in lively conversation like this. I'm sure we'll have a ton to talk about in the upcoming months. Look, I guess I'll end with this. If you're like me and you and Jenna here, and I know you two are, and you watched the debacle that was happening on the House floor on Friday, or you're looking around and you're feeling, disheartened about the state of the world we live in, just stop for a second and refocus on what we're building instead, right? We always talk about how it gets darker before the dawn, and we're in that darkness, but it's gonna get dawn. I firmly believe the polling that we engage in shows it, and the work that I've seen on the doors on the ground show that we are in fact the majority. People who think like us on this show, we're actually the majority in this country. And though we may vote differently for president, there are ways that we can bridge this gap, and so that we can continue to meet folks where they are and bridge this, and not allow a minority fringe ideology to continue to run away with our legislature and in our systems and procedures that are here in the United States and in Pennsylvania specifically. So, now is the time to get up and fight. If anyone who's watching, if you're just watch, think about ways in which you can get involved. But remember to continue to focus on the big picture. And it's by focusing on that big picture that we're able to create the structures that we can use to replace the structures that exist. So you can come see more about the work that we do, that I do specifically at wethepeoplepa.org. That is wethepeoplepa.org. I dropped it in the chat, so you can probably drop it on the future stuff, and keep an eye out. We'll be doing accountability campaign over the course of the rest of the summer, talk about the missed opportunities in the budget, and talk about the brokenness that is in Harrisburg. I've got some fantastic messaging ideas that we're going to play around with. We're also involved in, similar to what Jeff was saying earlier with candidates, we will be doing a series of candidate trainings around the Commonwealth. We're coming to Allentown, y'all. We're going to be in Allentown. I'll send dates over to you beginning of next week, Kristin, when I get this stuff nailed down. But Allentown will be in Media, Pennsylvania, and then we'll be in Pittsburgh, and then I think we'll be in Hershey as well. And so we'll be in certain parts around the Commonwealth, and we'll be sending invites out for that, like I said. So keep an eye out. And thanks for having me on the show. It won't be the last time.
Well, yeah, let us know when you're coming. Kristin will buy us all dinner.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
Take care, y'all.
Yeah.
Jenna, there's a question in the chat from Don.
Okay.
Don says, why is it that Republican voters cannot see that they are not being represented, let alone not being properly represented? I think I see the distinction he's trying to make there.
So
Does it go back to what we were talking about before, that Congress, I know that's not the same as the state legislature, but the Congress has like a 12% approval rating, but people overwhelmingly like their congressperson. Is it
right.
that we don't see the faults of the people right next to us?
Yeah, I think that most people just don't pay attention. I mean, unless you're like really interested in politics or whatever, like the average person just does not pay attention to what's actually happening. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've heard like, oh, what do you mean it's not an election year? Like, excuse me, there's 2 elections every single year, but people just are not paying attention, and so they're only getting like bite-sized pieces of information from here or there, and they don't know what's actually happening because they're not paying attention to it.
It is kind of amazing how many people don't realize that we have an election every single, well, two of them, every single year. Primaries and generals every single year.
Yeah, I mean, and even too, like even people who like know that there's, some people like even think that there's only like the midterm and the presidential years, and they don't know about they don't know about what happens in the odd year elections, which we see a lot of, like even people who vote every single presidential and every single midterm election, they don't vote in the odd year election. So like to them, they're like, oh, I'm a informed regular voter, and to me, I'm like, no, you're actually you're not. And so like a lot of times these people think they are very informed in what's happening, and they're not. They're getting like one fraction of the picture, and just kind of like running with it. I see a lot of people just like I was saying earlier, just like facts don't seem to matter anymore. Like there's no, like there doesn't seem to be a logical argument that can be made with some of these people. Like even if you point out like, hey, you're being screwed over in this and this way, they still go and vote Republican. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Well, I think part of the answer to it is kind of, I mean, I only know a little bit about the work that you guys are doing at Penn Franchise, but the idea of training organizers, having more organizers who are local organizers who already have relationships in the community, so they have a level of trust in the community, I think is part of the answer. I mean, what I hear, like I heard a couple of weeks ago, there were canvassers coming from New York. That's great. I love that people were willing to get on a bus and come out here and canvass, but I don't know how much that helps us if the people knocking doors aren't from here. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the work that you guys are doing to train organizers.
So right now we're very much still in the planning phases, but doing a whole lot of fundraising, but I'm actually building an entire training program from scratch. So we are hoping to have like our pilot kind of test run of a training program before the general election. But so it's a pretty multifaceted training program. So it starts with Penn Civics 101, which is just like the like basic rundown of what's what, like what are you voting for, like how does a bill become a law, what are the different things on the ballot, those kinds of things. And then we are going to have a portion that's a story of, it's called a story of self training, which is where you basically teach people to kind of give their like elevator pitch of themselves, and like kind of like teach them some of that like sales, it's kind of like sales type language, that here there's a lot of crossover between sales and politics. You're not selling a product, you're selling a candidate, right? So like there's a lot of crossover there. And then do canvassing training, phone banking, advocacy, like kind of like lobbying piece to it, almost like how to advocate for different issues, and how to really like base build, how to volunteer organizing is a huge piece of it, and how to really like build that base of people within the community, because I think you're very right. Like you can't just have people parachuting in from other places and then being like, okay, this is the organizer for this area, and it's like somebody who's somebody who was born and raised in Philadelphia and they're the organizer in State College. It doesn't, the things are different and the people are different and people respond differently to different things. And I think that like, I definitely, like someone like me has an edge here. Like if I'm out knocking doors and like I was born and raised here, right? Like, or even in the more rural parts of the county, like in Snowshoe, like I could go knock doors in Snowshoe. Not just anybody can go knock doors in Snowshoe. Like, but I can be like, oh yes, I'm Bonnie Williams's niece. She worked at the grocery store for 20 years or whatever, but like not just anybody can go there. They won't respond. Like they won't. You have a shotgun pointed at you. Like
Yeah.
so like having people who can like actually relate to the community and like it makes a huge difference.
Do you think that's the same for candidates as well as they campaign? That you know, it doesn't affect every campaign, but if you're running for X office in a certain, maybe even in your area, and you're lucky enough to have enough of a war chest that you can hire a quote unquote high powered consultant out of Philly or Pittsburgh or even DC, if you're running for the US House and the DCCC comes in and, pats us all on the head and says, okay, locals, you all go sit in the corner, and then we'll take it from here, except that you're not from here.
Yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
we do
And that's
see
it.
that. We see that a lot inside PA too. That the at least the ones that are known enough with a reputation, they're the so-called consultants and managers and professional managers and so on. I've never received a dime for the work I've tried to do helping candidates before, but it's there's some high-powered firms out of Philly and Pitt but they don't know State College, they don't know Erie, they don't know Scranton, they don't know Allentown. Do we need to do that? What you're talking about from an organizing standpoint, do we need to do that on a campaign, in a campaigning point of view, that Pennsylvanians have to help Pennsylvanians, and
Absolutely.
we need, maybe there's no, not even that they're high powered or high priced, but there might, that the campaign staff needs that same kind of training, so that if 20 people from Allentown take your training, they go back and they work with the Allentown candidates. Don't the two tracks kind of work together?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And candidates, candidates in particular, like need to be from the areas where they're running, or at least, similar areas. Like, I don't know. To me, it's like weird whenever like a person moves somewhere and then just decides to run for office, or like tries like what is Dr. Oz even doing running for office in a place he doesn't even live? Like why would you even want to do that? And I think ultimately that's why he's not going to be successful, and because like you don't understand the issues. But yeah, I think that's I think that's a huge piece of this. And right now, though, I think just getting organizers who are from the areas makes, it'll be a night and day difference, right? Because like right now we have these people who like, most of the paid campaign work in the state is in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and maybe some in Erie, maybe a little bit in Northeast PA and a little bit in Lehigh Valley now, but the whole middle of the state, when it comes to like running campaigns, it's almost impossible to find anybody, because
Right.
like the people that you can find don't know the area. And so it's just a massive hole. I think we actually have a good supply of solid candidates for office in rural Pennsylvania. And we've always had really good candidates on the Democratic side, but they can never get any attention from anybody with money to fund their campaigns, because funders only want to fund the campaigns that are going to win. And so they're not seeing the opportunity to build and really build that messaging. And so then the people that do know how to organize, and they said, like, we all tend to, like, we've had to, like, move to the outskirts of the state to get paid so we can pay our bills, you know? So like the organizers who do come up through rural Pennsylvania don't tend to stay there. Like, it's usually like they use it as a stepping stone, get something on their resume, and then they're able to, like, branch out into to a bigger place that will actually pay them. So, like, how do we, that's kind of like, I think the biggest obstacle for candidates in these more rural areas is, like, how do we get them funded? And how, like, not just how do we get them, you know, organizers in their areas well trained, but how do we get them then funded to actually be able to pay those organizers a living wage to work for them and do this type of work? I think is like a whole other, it's like a whole other thing, because
Well,
funding is a nightmare.
yeah, and building the bench. I mean, I again grew up in Snyder County, and very often the conversation would be like, we have all these races that are just blank. Like, no one's running for any of the state house seats. Nobody's running for the state senate seat. So you're throwing people out there who have mostly never run for anything before. So they not only have to put together a campaign team, they have to learn, you know, how to run as a candidate while doing it. And there are amazing people who have done it, but it's such an uphill battle that the one thing we always felt like we were fighting against is, like, how do we just start building that base of people who win to get on the borough council or county commissioner, you know, and get some experience and have the ability to build a record so that they could actually then be competitive for higher office, you know, and that has been a challenge too. So I think, you know, I think the opposition's been very good at funding those smaller races and understanding how important they are.
And they've created a pipeline of people to fill those seats, right? So I got kind of a front row seat to this whenever I was working on a special election in Indiana County for Joe Pittman's seat. It's in the Senate. I think it's 41. So it's Indiana County, Armstrong County, part of Butler, and part of Westmoreland County. Pretty red seat. But so Joe Pittman was David White's chief of staff. So whenever David White ran all these years ago, he hired young Joe Pittman, 21, 22 years old, to run his campaign. He ran his campaign. They won. He made him his chief of staff. He was his chief of staff for 20 whatever years until he retired. And then they put Joe Pittman right in that seat. And Joe Pittman hired his campaign manager, same situation, young kid, 20, 21 years old, hires him to be his campaign manager, moves him right into a staff position. They literally they have these people lined up for their seat years ahead of time, even in some of these, like, more red, safe red seats, that they are literally just bringing these people right up through it. And so, like, I mean, I don't see that as much on the Democratic side. You see it a little bit, but you don't, not quite as much as you do on the Republican side.
Yeah, no, definitely. That is definitely true.
We're about 8 minutes away from wrapping up the program. I want to give you all the same time that I gave Nick. I want to give you more because I'm way more scared of you than Nick, and always give the ladies more time. But first off, I'm so honored that you took this much time to be with us and to be part of my humble program here in our fourth year, really. So, and that this is only the first time that you've been here, so let's correct that. Same thing I said to Nick. The door to you is always open here. I very, very much hope, deeply hope this is not the only time that we hear from you. You know how to get, you know where we are, you know how to find us. If you have anything of importance that you think the people, the Commonwealth, and my audience, my global audience needs to know, please let us know. Come back and see us. And don't know if you're coming with Nick to Allentown, but I hope that we can, four of us can find some time to break bread. When you're
Maybe.
here in the valley.
I don't know when exactly he's going to be in Allentown, but I know that we are partnering with PA Stands Up in both Lehigh and Lackawanna counties to end solitary confinement through ballot initiative. So if he is, depending on when he's coming out that way, I may tag along to kind of help out on the ground with some of that work. Plus, I'm always looking for a reason to leave State College. Yeah, I would definitely love to. Yeah, right now we're very much in a building phase with the Penn franchise project. We have some good work happening though. Like I just mentioned, we are partnering with PA Stands Up in Lehigh and Lackawanna County to end solitary confinement through ballot initiative. So anybody that's in either of those counties, what really needs to happen right now is the collection of petition signatures. I think the deadline for petition signatures is August 8th. Is sticking in my mind. I may be a little bit off, but it's somewhere in that general time frame. So not a ton of time left, and I believe we need 12,000 signatures in Lehigh County and 8,000 in Lackawanna. So if you're in either of those two counties, I would reach out to PA Stands Up, either the Lehigh Valley Stands Up or the NEPA Stands Up chapter. And see how you can help out with that. They're looking for people to knock doors, people to stand at events and with a clipboard and collect signatures for that. Once that's on the ballot, then there's this whole, the whole other process then of knocking doors to get people to vote yes on it. So but that's
isn't it amazing in this digital age, all of the technology that is allowing us to do everything that we're doing right here tonight. This, I've got a computer with several programs running through it. We're zooming. That's all over Facebook, 100 or so different, more than 100 different places. The audio is literally on the internet, going all around the globe, and so on. But yet, so much of this work is a person standing at a place with a clipboard and a pen.
Yeah, and it's so technical. So yeah, I mean, hats off to Lehigh and NEPA Stands Up, because it is such a technical process and it's so complicated. And you have to be so careful about how the signatures are collected and how people sign. So it's not easy work.
Yeah, for sure.
Is there anything, just as we did with Nick, I want to just open the floor to you. Is there anything that we didn't get to mention, anything that you don't think we got to suss out fully, or any, again, now I put the website in the Facebook chat. That's how you can find Jenna and follow the work that she's doing. The website for Nick's group is in there as well, but how people follow you, all that stuff, I just want to leave the floor open to you.
Yeah. So the website, we have social media pages, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Not a ton of action on those right now, I'll be honest, because we don't have a comms person yet. So bear with us on the social media, but the website is up to date. The biggest project that we are working on right now is voting in jail and rights of people who have felony convictions, and making sure that people have the correct information about what your voting rights are. So we actually got a bill introduced in the state legislature to create a statewide policy for how correctional facilities in the state have to handle ballots and have to handle elections. So like for anybody who does not know, in the state of Pennsylvania, people who are incarcerated for misdemeanors or incarcerated pre-trial being held on bail are still eligible to vote. And people who have felony convictions are allowed to vote as long as they are not incarcerated for a felony conviction. So that kind of can get a little wonky, because you could have a felony, be in say you have a past felony, but then you got years later you got a DUI and you're incarcerated for the DUI that's a misdemeanor. You're allowed to vote while you're incarcerated for that misdemeanor. Your past felony doesn't prevent you from voting, right? So, or even if the charge is a felony and you're being held pre-trial, you're still allowed to vote because you have not been convicted of that felony yet. So we're actually working now on a county by county strategy, because getting anything through the state legislature is not easy. So we're working on a county by county strategy to get county commissioners to implement these policies on their own. So we have some movement here where I live in Center County, that the county, they're going to implement a pretty comprehensive policy so that people in jail, they're notified of the elections, they're notified of their voting rights upon intake. They are given, all the information that they need to vote. So that's our biggest project right now. Be on the lookout. We may be coming to a county near you. Our next counties of targeting are Lackawanna, Lehigh, Lancaster, I think York, Dauphin, probably the collar counties of Philadelphia. But yeah, so that's where we're starting out. We'll probably have some, we'll probably have some events and, information sessions, some town hall type stuff that we may have in your county, just depending on exactly, like I say, it's going to be a true county by county strategy, like with input of the people on the ground. So it's kind of something I'm still building out, but yeah, be on the lookout for that coming at you soon, hopefully. Trying to get into some of these other counties before the general election in November. So
Sounds good. That's only, that's all you're doing. My goodness, that's all you're working on with all of your free time.
yeah,
Well, thank you so much for being here. And,
absolutely. Thank you for having me. I love doing these things because there aren't that many people that want to hear me talk about Pennsylvania politics and history. And so I always love when people will just let me kind of talk about these things.
It's why we talk so much about history here, because so many answers to everything that we're facing is in our own history.
Yep.
When we can't do that. We can't fund schools. We can't build roads. We can't tax rich people. We can't tax corporations. We can't. When did we become the country of we can't? We're the country that put a man on the moon. When did we become that country? It seems to me that it's one of those emotional kind of buttons that and that oversimplifies it, and it also makes it sound mechanical and not organic. But for as many differences as we might have with Republicans, every single one of them, when I can look them in the face and say, when did we become the country of can't? When did we become that country? We can't manufacture things here. We can't have unions. We can't clean the water. We can't clean the air. We can't have solar. We can't have wind. We can't have, we can't have better public schools. We can't have healthier kids. We can't have single parent health. Because we've done all of it before. We've done so much of this before. Of course we can do these things. Of course we can. Because we've done them. And when we
We've-
did them, they worked.
We've done them, but we've also refused to change to them too. You know, I think it definitely depends on what part of the country you lived in, you know, what color your skin is, you know, what gender you are. Like there's always been there's always been these things we can't do, but it's only typically been directed at certain people before. I mean, and that's still their ultimate goal, right? Like the ending the right to abortion is a direct attack on Black and brown communities, and Black and brown and poor people. It will keep people in poverty. It keeps people in their place, kind of thing. Like I think that there's always been some of that attitude. It's just in regards to what, right? Like it's always kind of been there, but it just hasn't been applied equally before.
Well, I also hope, I don't know when Nick said he was coming to the Valley, but two best times a year in the Valley are, of course, are summer and Christmas.
Yay, Christmas.
But
I'm gonna throw in for Christmas.
summer's when we have all of our, you know, biggest and best festivals and stuff down here. So I know between the two of you, there's probably not a free 5 minutes you can rub together. But if you decide to take a social trip and if you decide to unplug the computers and put the phones down for a trip, I hope you'll come see us. You know, Music Fest is coming, Celtic Fest is coming, Garlic Fest is coming.
Celtic
I'm
Fest, I could get behind for
Celtic
sure.
Fest
When is Celtic
absolutely brilliant. It is absolutely fantastic. It is the Celtic Fest and Highland Games.
Yes.
There is
yes, please.
There is dogs who do sheep herding. They do the caber toss. It's
like the
proper.
Scottish. It's the Scottish festival.
Highland Games.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we were considering. There was
It's
one.
Brilliant.
There was one of those the weekend of my birthday that we ultimately decided to go to the beach and do some other things instead. But yeah, when is that?
Celtic Fest in Bethlehem is September
Yeah.
20 something. I want to say.
I'll definitely.
I want to say 22, 23, but I could be wrong about that. It's either the 17th and 18th or the 24th and 25th. Not 100% on that
For
one.
some reason, I was thinking it was the beginning of September, but
No. It's always after Labor Day. Look at me Googling. Isn't that exciting, audience? Watch Jeff Google. It's pretty fun. I'm going to find it, though. I got to find it before you go.
Yeah, definitely let me know about that. I would definitely be interested in that because I am a English, Scottish heritage, English, Scottish, German, which is quite a mix.
There's a lot of anger in that mix.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, I got it. Yes.
Alcoholism,
September 23rd. So it starts on a Friday to the 25th. So September 23, 24, 25, right here in Bethlehem, here in the Lehigh Valley, is the Celtic Fest, and don't forget the Highland Games.
Yeah,
When you watch those guys do caber toss, it's fantastic.
well, I have a weakness for border collie too. So anytime.
And
I
don't
get
you
to
know,
see
by
border
the way,
collie-
you just know state committee's going to be that weekend. They'll do something crazy and do it that weekend instead of the beginning.
Then I'll just have to bring my border collie to the
Just-
state committee.
I don't know. We'll go for the floor meeting on a Saturday and rush back here and go get pissed.
That Kishi would be a rock star at state committee.
Well, all right. So September 23rd, 24th, 25th.
Yeah, I did. I marked it on my calendar. I'm
You tell-
going to talk to Nick about that.
That's right. You tell him
But
what you're
I
doing.
think I mean our work will probably bring us out that way sooner than that. So definitely look forward to actually meeting y'all in person. So
With that-
actually I met Jeff.
Not
I
on a
met
screen.
in person You were one of the last people I met before the whole world shut down at the Keystone Progress Summit. We all went and got dinner with JP Fox and everybody. But yeah, I was saying to Nick earlier, I was like, actually, it's kind of funny. He's literally like the last person I met right before the whole world just stopped moving.
That is, we still point to that. It's like, was it before Keystone or after?
Yeah, no, that's
that's
the chain, that's
right.
the turning point, was
Right.
like
Right.
after
and remember,
that
was everybody was, they put signs up. We're not doing handshaking. Remember, we were just doing,
elbows, yep.
right. And we thought there wasn't a mask in sight because we didn't know anything. Nobody really knew anything yet. We just knew enough to be like, just do the elbows, cover. Well, you should cover if you have to cough anyway. But, we were doing the elbows because there just wasn't hand sanitizer everywhere. And everybody couldn't run in the bathroom every 3 seconds to wash their hands after they shook somebody else's hand. So it was just like, please, we're just doing elbows here. And then, literally that was it. That was like it. Like a month after that, I was out of work.
Yeah.
Our company shut down, and like and isn't it amazing how the other side seems to forget that those stay-at-home guidelines started under what president? I'm sorry, who did that? And the first stimulus checks went out under whom? And extended and expanded unemployment benefits went out under whom?
Yeah. Well,
well, the one-time checks, yes. But the extra, just here's a flat $600 in your unemployment, extra. Who did that? Yeah. We seem to forget that when we hear about this fallacy of, McConnell just said it 2 weeks ago. Nobody wants to work because they're receiving all these extra benefits. What are you in a time capsule? That stuff started. It stopped 2 years ago. It was over by Christmas of 19. It only lasted through 19. Some folks got extended into 20. I sure as hell didn't. I went and took a crappy job because I was going to lose my house.
Right.
So, but it started under whom? Sorry, who did it? Who did that? And just remember, folks, those stay-at-home guidelines, here's the truth, saved lives. It did. But we didn't do it for that reason. We did it because the hospitals couldn't take it. Empty beds in hospitals are not profitable. So there aren't any. So we all stayed home to save the hospital systems. Not to save us, to save the hospital systems. Because they wouldn't be able to handle the crush of patients. And they couldn't. Because they didn't have empty beds. And they didn't have surplus machinery. Because none of that is profitable. Warehouses full of beds and respirators and everything else they needed in the UK because it's a single government-owned system that doesn't run on profit.
Yeah,
Us,
imagine.
Stay home, dear God, please don't get sick, we don't have a bed for you. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm getting yelled at by
I know, the cat's going.
Yeah, I gotta get
Cat's
going
flipping out
too,
again,
but
listen,
this was so much
seriously,
fun. I will definitely be back.
Thank you.
So
Tell
great to
everyone you know.
both. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, have a good night, y'all.
All right, have a great night.
Have a great night. Thank you so much.
And to you, audience, thank you again for being here. I know we're ending on sort of a weird time. We usually don't end like the quarter of the hour. We usually try to go to the top of the hour or bottom of the hour, but I don't have 20 minutes to talk to you. I can't think of anything else to say to you for 20 minutes. Isn't that terrible? The host should have something to say for a few minutes, but I don't. So I hope that you enjoyed the program. We're thrilled to be back with you. We have missed you. It has just been an odd year. What can I say? It's been a strange year. I know I say this every time that I'm with you. That, I apologize for the odds schedule, for the fact that we've not been consistently with you. But we're here. Please check out the Facebook page. that other side of information. It has everything to do with what we do on this program. You will know when programs are, you'll know who the guests are, you'll be able to follow some information from past guests. There's news articles. There's a bunch of lively debate on that page. We ask you to check it out. We ask you to invite people to become part of the page. It is a public page, and I have to say, you guys are awesome because it is under control. No, it hasn't been bombed. There's no crap that gets put up there, generally speaking. You know, we stick to it and we talk about things, and we don't always agree. And that's great. We should not always agree. I'm glad that that doesn't happen. We have debate there. We learn from each other when we have debate, when we disagree about certain things. So I'm please go to the Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, and become a part of it. See the articles that we post. You can see all our past episodes there. Show announcements, you name it. The whole world of the Kennedy Effect is right there at That Other Side of Information. If you missed any of tonight's program, go to our YouTube channel, also called That Other Side of Information. After this program is done, sometime tonight, tomorrow, maybe even Tuesday, George will convert it to a different form of video, and then it will be up on our YouTube channel, and you can see it there. Our YouTube channel is all our recorded episodes in one place. You know, I don't ask enough, really. I don't ask enough, to be honest, or at least as much as the marketing people who are better at marketing than me would tell you that I should be doing. Give us a like on Facebook, join the group, give us a subscribe at YouTube. I'm on TikTok. I actually remembered to do a TikTok promotional video this evening. Find me there, give us a like or a follow. I think they do follow. We are on Instagram at, same thing, That Other Side of Information. Give us a like and a follow there. I am on Twitter, at That Kennedy Talk, at That Kennedy Talk. Give us a follow there. You know, we don't have advertising. I don't make money on the program. We survive by the fact that you all listen and watch. And the best way to get more and more folks to do that, again, even if they do not agree, we don't need to be homogenous here. We don't all have to be of a like mind. I'm happy to have, you know, I challenged, invited the chairwoman of the Northampton County Northampton County Republican Party onto the program. I'm happy to talk to her. We're human beings. We're Americans. We're both residents of the Commonwealth. Let's talk to each other. Share this program out. Please give us a like and a subscribe. I know I gotta stop now because now I can't talk right. Anywhere that it's appropriate. Please do that for us. That's how the show grows. The more of you that there are, eventually we will get advertisers and I'll be able to do this for a full-time job. But right now, we survive through you, through your good words, your recommendations, you're telling folks, hey, you should check this out, you're inviting people to the group, your likes and follows and subscribes on all the different platforms. That's how we do this. So I thank you for that. I'm going to continue to ask you for that. Yes, I want you to listen, but please, anybody that you can invite to the Facebook group, to subscribe to the YouTube channel, on and on and on and on, we need your help. And we invite you to please do that. We will return next week. I think I know who our guest is, but I'm not 100% on that. But I do have a couple folks that I have lined up about being a guest. So I don't know if it's not. That's what I do. So I don't know exactly whom yet. I have a couple of folks that have agreed to come onto the program, but we haven't set dates, so I have to get all of that arranged. Our plan is to be with you live every single weekend up to Labor Day. So that means 3 more weekends. 3? Goodness. That means the 17th, 24th, and 31st of July, August 7, 14, 21, and 28. That's like 8 straight shows in a row. That's the plan. So I ask you to please keep that in mind. Keep us in your orbit. Keep us somewhere in your ear that will be with you. That's the plan, to be with you straight through to Labor Day. I also put a call out to those of you, all candidates, state and federal level, from anywhere in the United States that wants to come and talk to us. The door is open to you. You are welcome here. I will be putting that on the Facebook group as well. But anyone, either side of the aisle, let's talk to each other. Candidates, state level, federal level, you are welcome here. And I hope that you will all take advantage of it. Whether it's a one-on-one interview or one-on-one with someone for an hour, then a different someone for another hour, or a panel of multiple candidates. I'm good either way. I hope you will take advantage of that. To all the 100+ groups that the show will share to tonight, thank you very, very, very much. Appreciate it very much. We simply could not be here without you. We could not be here if you are not there. To our friends and family at hot101.net, if you have never listened to hot101.net, I beg you to do so, because I believe you will absolutely enjoy it. The DJs that are on there are extremely talented. They're really properly talented. They have great senses of humor, great personalities. They do a great job. We are a wonderful family here at hot101.net. I beg you to check out the rest of the family. Coming up right after we finish, I shouldn't say right after, from 9 p.m. Eastern Time, that would be 8 Central, is Sergeant Thomas Mack with The Villain's View. I know he does the villain thing. He likes to, considers himself a villain in some sense. I don't. I just think he's a good man. He's my friend. I care about him deeply. He's an exceptionally intelligent man. He has a lot of life experience. He's put his heart. He's so excited for his new program. I ask you to check it out. He will be here at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Central, right here on hot101.net. And I will have the video of the program at that other side of information as well, because he is welcome here. We share his program on ours. I share mine on his. That's how we help each other out, how we help get the message out. What am I forgetting? TCP will return tomorrow morning with the morning show. No plans currently for me to go back to the morning show, but I hope I do get the opportunity. It was a wonderful, wonderful time. They are good people, and I'm proud to be part of their family as well. I'm proud to have them part of this family, Can We Talk family. So I think that about does it for us for tonight. Again, please, to our Hot 101 listeners and to those of you on that other side of information, Sergeant Mack will begin at 9 p.m. I beg you to stay tuned in and check him out and give him a try. He's a good man. He's a really good man. If you know anything about our program, you've seen Sergeant Mack. He knows what he's doing. He's got a lot to say. It's important stuff. It's a great point of view. And I just hope you'll check it out. So, I think that does it. So, for our associate technical producer, Lynn Dare, for technical producer, George Dare, for DJ Lex, DJ Earl, and my entire Hot101.net family, for Whitney, Marquise, Andrew, and Taekwon, and my entire TCP family, and of course, for April Riddick, I would not be here without her. And of course, for Kristin, my much better half, infinitely better half. I am Jeff Kennedy. I'm so grateful for all of you for being here with us for a long one tonight, almost a full 4 hours. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope you will continue to share the program, tell your friends and family, spread the word. Until, again, Sergeant Mac coming up in just about 5 minutes, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 6 Pacific. Just check him out. I think you'll really, really enjoy it. He will be on Hot 101. You will see the video on that other side of information. I'm so grateful to all of you. Thank you very, very much. I hope I got to most of your... I'm sorry that I can't get the phone thing fixed. I'm going to continue to work on it. Randall was with us tonight. I know Randall loves to call, and I love Randall. If you can really become friends and family with somebody over video, Randall and I have done it, and he's such a good man, such a great fan. Fan's not right. Supporter. I should say supporter. Supporter's a much better word. Fan makes it sound a little, I don't know. But yeah, so we'll continue to work on the phones and try and get the phones straightened out as well. 5 minutes, Sergeant Mac in 5 minutes on Hot 101 and that other side of information. Thank you to everybody. I hope I got to your comments. I hope you enjoyed the program. Until next week, I ask you to please take care of yourselves and each other. See you next week.